Commission. We submit that to you, and we've got a motivation for asking you honorable members to consider that. We've got the motivation there that goes up to page 9. And even page 9, it just qualifies what that local content provisions are, so that we strengthen our case to you honorable members that this local content should sit at the Minerals Regulation Commission. Then we go to page 10, which are the general comments, employment monitoring. It is very important that Mineral Regulation Commission looks at employment monitoring in this particular country, because we feel that they will do a better job to monitor who we are employing in terms of work permits, in terms of the mineral regulation, making sure that the Zambians get priority in terms of employment. So we are proposing to you honorable members that employment monitoring should also be looked at the Mineral Regulatory Commission. Strategic Metal Reserve. There is a proposal to you honorable members of Parliament that we should have a strategic metal reserve in this country, whereby we keep aside minerals that we can come to when we have a rainy day. So that is a proposal there. It is very clear, and in what percentages it is in. Management of critical minerals, honorable members, through you, the chair. This one I'll read. The bill has not addressed the management of critical minerals and the regulations around it. The Chamber thinks the critical minerals should be at the center of economic development, and the principal law should address its management and position in the economy. So we think this should sit on the principal law, that is the critical minerals. I submit, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, for that elaborate submission. At this juncture, we will request honorable members to ask questions and seek for clarification. We'll start with Honorable Mpundu, then Honorable Mutike.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for your submission, sir. Your institution has been an advocate of lowering taxes for your members. While you pay corporate income tax of about 30%, and the employee, they pay as you earn of 37.5%. I want to give a background. The same employee, again, they pay 16% VAT. On top of that, the same employees, they pay excise duty, 2.5%. That is to do with the power and water. So the total tax that the employees pays is 56%. Why do you think your members should be given these incentives at the expense of Zambians who pay more taxes when they consume your products? That's my question.
Thank you, Honorable Mpundu. Honorable Mutike.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I think I want to appreciate the level of detail of your submission. It was particularly interesting to listen to it. I'm particularly very impressed with the number 5, the local content and corporate social investment as function of the Commission, because you people from the Kopala, I was also a part-time Kopala growing up. When you went to Mufulira those days and Copperbelt towns, you could see the presence of the mines in maintaining or developing the town. So I just wanted you to highlight maybe what you see would happen if this function remains within you, what you hope to achieve, whether we go back to the days when you could see the presence of mining towns in these towns. These days you go to some of these towns where there is some mining companies, you don't see their presence unless you go to the mine itself. So I'm hoping that by this inclusion we may try to achieve some level of decency that was existing during the days of the CCM in most of our mining towns. I submit, Mr. President.
Honorable Msonda.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, witness. First, I wish to commend you for an elaborate and very well detailed presentation. I'm particularly impressed with the issue of the management of critical minerals, the issue of setting aside some minerals for value addition, and the stationing of a resident government officer at the mine site. But my question basically is on page 2. I wanted to find out the rationale behind you wanting to replace the representative from the Ministry of Lands with a representative from the Commerce Ministry, whereas probably we could have just added another representative on this commission. Thank you.
Honorable Msonda, you may proceed, Mr. President, to respond, and feel free to pass on the questions to any of your support staff if need rise.
Indeed, thank you for those particular questions. I think I'll hand over the first one. And before I hand over that first one from Honorable Mpundu, I would like to specify here that we are from the Zambia Chamber of Commerce and Industry, not Zambia Chamber of Mines that advocate for lower taxes and all that for the mines. Us, we are different. Us is a Zambian, is a citizen propelled chamber where we want good for the citizens of this country. We want to get what is due to the Zambians out there from the mines. So I thought I should make that clarification just in case you thought we are from the Chamber of Mines. I'll pass on the mic to my colleagues who would want to take up the first one or second one.
Thank you, Chair. I will comment on the local content from the second question. First and foremost, we realize that the mining sector spends over $4 billion on annual capex and opex, and what we see now in our mining towns is that the mines are buying more from outside than buying locally, and that has also left gaps of development. So when we propose that the local content must sit in the principal law, it helps us to domesticate procurement. So when we have more Zambians doing business in the mines, the shift of the sources will be in the hands of the people of Zambia. Secondly, if the bill does not address the local content in the main principal law, it gives gaps to the miners or the investors to exploit Zambians and also exploit the economy. Because what they do is that they look at our laws and see where the gaps are and begins to take advantage of that. So the good times, honorable member, that you saw in those days, it's because the money is circulated within the local enterprises. But today the money is not circulating there, it is circulating outside. So we have more money being spent outside than the money that we are receiving. The African Development Bank did a survey, a report, and it indicated that we are getting less than 10% of the $4 billion, less than $400 million that is going into our economy, and that is a very serious observation. So if we have to up the uptake, we need to domesticate local content. And our proposal also, goes to the fact that a local content board must be established at the minerals regulation, which should also monitor the way Zambians are participating in the economy, especially in the mining sector. I submit.
Thank you, Chair. I think let my CEO there elaborate on corporate taxpayers you earn before I handle the critical minerals one, as Honorable Musonda asked. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's just a brief comment in response to Honorable Musonda's question. I think if you look back at the submissions that Zaki has made, even to the budget proposals over the years, we have been advocating for a reduction in the threshold of the pay as you earn for our members, because we realize the burden that they carry over having to pay as you earn and pay excise duty and VAT on almost every commodity that they purchase. So we are of a considered view as a chamber that indeed employees of this country are overburdened in terms of taxation. What then has been our proposal to the Ministry of Finance, Budget Office? Our proposal has always been to broaden the scope, to bring on board many other entities doing business in Zambia. The larger the scope that we bring on board, the more taxes that we will collect, and then we can afford to reduce on the pay as you earn and the excess duty that citizens are burdened with. It is common knowledge, I mean, it's in the public domain, that of the so many mines that hold licenses in this country, only a handful pay tax to ZRA. We hear this almost every week. So then, what then is our role? Our role is to advocate for measures to ensure that every mining entity, every organization operating legally in this country must be onboarded on the tax platform to ensure that more revenue is collected for our nation. When that is done, it will be easy for us to actually negotiate downwards. Pay-as-you-earn threshold can go to 10,000, and then we can also reduce some of these excess duties and other taxes that burden citizens. That is my comment on taxation. And then talking about the revival of activities in our mining townships, indeed, we are privileged to be alive today, to be testifying of what we saw when we were growing up in those areas. But I think it should not just end at saying things used to be like that. We are here today to be game changers, to get back to where we used to be. That is why God has still kept us alive. To play a role in ensuring that revival takes place in these towns, using what endowments God has given us who have been given these responsibilities to occupy these offices, to bring transformation and change, the change that we desire. I will quote a scripture. We are told, to whom much is given, much is expected, much is required. So all of us that occupy offices of responsibility, we have a duty to play to ensuring that we bring back the Zambia we want now, when we are still alive. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, CEO. Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. We've got a pastor CEO, so we are privileged. Yes. Yes.
I've seen my sister here, my Reverend.
Thank you. Thank you. Just a quick one. I needed to comment on why we proposed the Ministry of Commerce and remove lands. Would have recommended that let's include Ministry of Commerce and Industry there. But we recognize the composition of a board. Usually it goes 7, 9, and so on, the numbers. Okay, and for voting rights and so on. So if it is possible, yes, we would say, can we include that on? Then we looked at lands and environment. The two are similar, would get more in terms of mining from the environmental and the green economy ministry. That's why we propose that. And my colleague will talk on critical minerals, a question that was asked, and that will be the end of our submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, once again. We realize that the world is looking at critical minerals as one of the major drivers of the next generation in terms of economy. And Zambia is poised to have these critical minerals, gold, copper, cobalt, manganese, etc. But the bill here is not talking about critical minerals. And we are setting up a regulator which is going to be regulating minerals. So that becomes a worry that the bill has not addressed the management of critical minerals. We should begin to think about investment into the critical minerals. We should begin to look at beneficiations. We should begin to look at how Zambians must begin to participate in the space of critical minerals. And if we do not do that, we will miss out on the opportunities in terms of Zambia getting a share from that. The world over, they are looking at EVs. So the critical minerals must begin to link itself into offshoot industries that will give Zambia an advantage in this space. So our submission, Chair, is that the bill must address the issues of critical minerals and its management, and also the benefit that we want to see, going forward. I submit.
Thank you so much. Kindly allow us to invite our honorable colleague who joined us later on to introduce herself. Honorable Msonda, did you introduce yourself during the... Okay, thank you. Reverend.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, for giving me this opportunity to introduce myself. I'm Reverend Given Katuta Mwelwa. I represent the good people of Chieng in Luapula Province on the board of DRC in Zambia. And Chair, allow me to ask a question.
You may proceed.
First, I must say some of the things I heard the President explaining, and I think he's the Secretary. Okay. Yeah, I think that's that's what Zambians would want to hear. Now, the question I have for you is that after you've submitted this, would you help us also to push for a private member's bill so that these gaps that are in our constitution that has been making our country losing money as if we are not the owners of the minerals, because that can only happen if there's a certain group also that should show interest on behalf of the masses together with the members. Would you do that in order for us to move forward? Because you've identified, what we call that in constitution, when there are loopholes. There's a word that they use, I've just forgotten. Yeah, those loopholes, so that we can seal these loopholes. Because even if this goes through, we'll find that we have a lot of loopholes, and we need to get back to Ministry of Justice as soon as possible. Because that has been my pain for years, is to see that we amend, so that these miners, they don't come into our country. They're busy mining, and they're informing the government that they're not making profits. Once a wise man by the name of President Thabo Mbeki, he said to the investors in South Africa, if you're not making profits, why are you still investing in our country? Better you leave, you give it to others who are interested in having losses and staying with us, than them saying each time we're talking about mineral royalties, is hell, taxes, all those things. And if you look at what do you call this, when the corporate responsibility, what do you call that? CRC.
Corporate social responsibility.
Yes, social responsibilities is zero. So what exactly are the benefits to our people? So would you be in a position to come up with something? I know you have lawyers from your chamber, and so that we can move a private member's bill, not a motion, but a private member's bill, so that we can quickly amend our constitution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Reverend Katuta and Mr. President and your team. Before you give us your concluding remarks, I would also like you to comment. When you look at this bill that is being proposed, and considering the fact that we have noticed a lot of mineral investment in Congo, and while our investors in Zambia have not as many as in Congo, it also interprets in the mineral production. Congo is producing way more than Zambia, and the nation is busy trying to attract investors to come in the mining sector and so on. Do you look at this bill as a bill that is going to invite more investment in the mining sector, or as one that is going to reduce the potential of investors? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll answer to that one as I'm concluding, but for now I would like my CEO to respond to Honorable Reverend there.
Thank you very much, Chair. We indeed have taken note of the proposal to maybe commence the preparation of a private member's bill. But I would like to inform the committee that I think I was privileged yesterday to have been in attendance at the National Development Coordinating Committee meeting, which was held at Mulungushi Conference Center. And I think there was a mention of commencement of the review of the amendment process to our Constitution. That will be done in the year 2024. The process is beginning now. Probably what we may need to do is to identify those areas needing addressing, critical areas that will need immediate addressing. And so we could advance our cause from that angle and see where we can make submissions with regard to what we would want to see amended in the Constitution, so that the interests of our people are protected. And stemming from there, I think if there will be amendments in the Constitution, there's likely going to be a follow-up amendment to this bill. If I told now it will be enacted into law, there will be subsequent amendments that will be proposed through you to make those changes. Because I know the constitutional process, amendment process, will take a little bit longer. So that is the position concerning the proposal on the floor. Well, that I leave it to you from the chair.
Yes, from the chair.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair, for that particular question. This particular bill, Chair, like I said from my opening remarks, is very, very important, the formulation of the Minerals Regulation Commission bill. What this would do is to actually attract investment into this country. Because if you see this particular bill, it's getting powers away from the politicians to this particular commission, which is independent, run by a board. And we have to make sure that this particular bill, the main principal bill, anchors the critical suggestions we made, the local content and so on, and the monitoring that we get value. At the end of the day, consistency is the key. Consistency is the key. So if we have policies, we have laws that are consistent in the mining environment, that is key to investment. Even bad laws that are consistent, to us, the private sector, they are good enough, because we can budget, we can plan, we can come up with business models that in the next 10, 20, 30 years, they'll be the same. We can plan on that. And as long as we make sure that whatever we put in here, we remain consistent. The business sector, the private sector would plan on us. And looking at the bill, if we put in there the local content, immediately the business community comes into this country, the private sector. They will look at this principle. They will look at local content. Oh, yes, there's a local content. If there's no local content there, then we'll be doing business without them considering our corporate social responsibility. They'll do whatever they want. But if we put it there, they'll budget for it. The local content, they will know that in this country, we need to adhere to what this particular law is telling us to do. So they'll budget. So consistency, mining is heavy investment. It only matures. You only get value on your investment after years. So that's why that consistency is very important. In Congo, consistency is there. You go in Congo today, you arrive in Congo, it's in black and white. You cannot do business in Congo. 51% goes to the local people. 49% is Congolese. Take it or leave it. It's there in black and white. So that is what we need in this country. I submit.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I think this brings us to the end of the interaction. We are extremely grateful as a committee for your brilliant submission. And be rest assured that we've taken note of your recommendations, concerns, and we'll critically look at them. And the good part is we have a permanent witness from the Ministry of Justice, who's Parliamentary Legal Counsel among us, making our work more easier. Thank you so much once more, and before we release you, allow me to withdraw the immunity that was conferred upon you. Thank you so much, and we wish you all the best as you get back.
Thank you, Chair. We have
My eParliament mobile application. First, download the app on either Play Store or App Store and install. After installation, open the app. Step 1. Register your personal information, that's your names, gender, NRC, and date of birth. Step 2. Add your contact information, your email, phone number, and home address. Step 3. Select your constituency. Step 4. Create your 4-digit PIN. At this point, the system will send an SMS to your mobile number with a one-time passcode. Step 5. Confirm with one-time passcode that was sent to your mobile. Step 6. Sign in using your phone number and the 4-digit PIN. And step 7, create your submission and submit. My e-Parliament, bringing Parliament closer to you.
On the Vice President's question time.
Good morning, witness, and welcome to Cabinet Affairs Committee. We will request honorable members to introduce themselves. Thereafter, we will request you to introduce yourselves. We can start from Honorable Msonda.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, witness. I'm Elias Maka Samsonda, Member of Parliament for Chimbamironga in Northern Province. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Reverend Given Katuta Mwelwa. I represent the good people of Chieng in Lopla Province, and I'm happy to see there's a female there. The other witnesses who've just left, they're all in jackets. And Chair,
Thank you,
today is my birthday, Chair. I'm
Indeed.
expecting something from you.
We'll sing for you.
Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, witness. My name is Honorable Cliff Mpundu, Member of Parliament for Chembe constituency, and a member of this committee. Thank you.
Honorable Mandandi.
Thank you so very much, Chair. Good morning once again, Chair. And good morning, yes, still good morning. Good morning, witness. My name is Mandandi Karie, Member of Parliament for the good people of Sioma constituency in Western Province. Kwahai Kwabulozi. Thank you.
Good morning to our witness. I'm Engineer Oliver Amutike, Member of Parliament for Mongo Central, the home of the Komboka ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, witness. My name is Karom Tambo from the Office of the Clerk.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members. My name is Chawezi Chirwa from the Ministry of Justice, Parliamentary Council, sitting in as a permanent witness.
Thank you so much. My name is Lubusha Andrew. I'm Member of Parliament for Chipangali constituency of Western Province and the Chairperson for Cabinet Affairs Committee. You may kindly proceed to introduce yourselves.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to the honorable members of the committee.
Good morning.
My name is Leah Mtonga Ngoma. I'm substantively the Chief Legal Officer and Company Secretary for IDC, but I'm sitting in for the Chief Executive Officer who is out of the country. I'll allow my colleagues, with your permission, to introduce themselves.
They may proceed.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Kaya Siameja, Chief Portfolio Officer at IDC.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Mwanza Moza. I am Senior Transformation Officer, IDC.
Thank you so much. Before you proceed, we will allow our honorable colleague who has just joined us to equally introduce himself. Dr. Kalila.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Dr. Kalila MP Lukulu East in Western Province. Thank you.
Thank you so much, IDC. Whenever you appear before a parliamentary committee, this is a miniature parliament, therefore you tend to enjoy the same immunities that are enjoyed by honorable members of parliament whilst attending the main sitting of parliament. In line with the Zambian law, Cap 12, You are given the immunity, therefore whatsoever you're going to speak cannot be used against you in any courts of law or anywhere in Zambia. However, the same Cap 12 can be used against you in case you willfully mislead this committee. This committee is very confident that you cannot willfully mislead it, therefore it urges you to feel free as you make your submission. Also kindly note that your honorable members had ample time to pass through, to go through your well-detailed report. Therefore, you can just touch the pertinent issues in summary. You may kindly proceed to make your submission.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. We thank you for this opportunity to be called to the committee to provide our comments on the two bills being considered by the committee. Chair, as indicated by yourself, the committee has had ample time to look at our submission, and therefore I will just highlight the salient issues in our submission. Chair, essentially we support the two bills, and our focus has been on the mining and minerals bill. Chair, we believe that the reforms being introduced in the bill will enhance the way the mining industry operates from start to finish. This will not only help stimulate industry growth, but also economic growth. We believe that efficiency and effectiveness will be brought to the fore by the creation of a commission as a separate entity with a board of directors to promote efficiency. In terms of stimulation of economic growth, we are of the view that the establishment of the Commission to process mining-related activities and the establishment of a fully fledged mining appeals tribunal adds value to the way mining activities are conducted. In terms of comments, we have looked at section 72(1) of the Minings and Minerals Regulation Bill, and we note the use of the term Commissioner General, which is not defined in the bill. The term Director General is, however, defined in section 2, and what we are just proposing that instead of an assumption that these two nomenclatures will be used interchangeably, we propose that only one term be adopted throughout for the purposes of consistency. In closing, Chair, the potential benefits of these bills and their intent are undeniable. They present a clear pathway towards addressing critical challenges affecting especially the mining industry in the country, thereby paving the way for economic opportunities with the potential to add value and contribute to the growth not only of the mining industry but also the economy as a whole. Thus, the IDC hereby supports the introduction of the bills to Parliament. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for the most brief presentation. And I see that this is for both the bills, right? This presentation is inclusive of the two bills that are under consideration.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Maybe I give the opportunity to our colleagues in case there's points of clarity that you want to raise. Honorable Mpundu, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. On the bill to do with investment, trade and business, we are talking of incentives. We have had an experience as Zambia where incentives has been given to who will be investors, but after the period of those incentives, they change the company name, and that alters everything, and you have to start at one. In your own view, do you think this bill has catered for the mechanism to curtail such vices? Because it is Zambia which has been losing. There are companies, they come, they are given incentives for 5 years. After 5 years elapses, they realize it is about to elapse. They change the name of business and everything. So, do you think the bill should have those mechanisms in place? That's to do with investment. The other thing to do with this Mineral Regulation Commission, I look at on the bill, they are talking of appeals. When you look on the appeals there is no timeline of how long somebody appeals, but there is no timeline. So it is to time indefinite. So there's no timeline. What is your comment on that? For now, Chair, those are the two things that I wanted to.
Thank you very much. Maybe I can add the third one, the third question to that. Mine is related to corporate social responsibilities of these mining companies in terms of investment. We're just sharing earlier that during the time of ZCCM, you could see the presence of these mining companies in the towns where they operate. Now, do you think this bill adequately addresses that to ensure that these companies that are going to extract so much minerals in our companies can help develop our country, especially the area where they operate? I think this will be should be something of great interest to you as IDC. I submit. Maybe you can give us a comment on that. Thank you. Maybe for now you can answer those three questions. If there will be need, we can go another round.
Thank you, Chair. For the first question, I'll ask our Chief Portfolio Officer to provide a response. Thank you, Chair.
In terms of the length that companies or taking advantage of the window given to investors, I think it can be made stronger, but at the same time also it is very difficult to stop them the way they conduct their own business. I think that's one aspect that perhaps is out of the control of anyone, as it were. So if I choose to bring in my capital, and then I've been given a window where I've got these tax incentives, and then when they expire, I don't know that there's anything that we can do to stop them from leaving the country or changing the form, perhaps. I think that's what I could comment on the tax window. Yeah, I don't know, maybe perhaps.
Mr. Mwanza would like to just add to the response.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Chair, from our reading of the bill, I think one of the key things that they highlight in terms of eligibility is the context of new projects or expansion. So from our reading, I think what probably needs to be strengthened is our M&E framework, because regardless of entities changing their form and their structure, for as long as they're bringing in additional investment or expanding on their existing operations, they should then be allowed to carry that benefit because they're bringing additional value in the country. But I think probably where the lapses are is where we are allowing them to continue enjoying certain benefits without making additional contributions or expanding their operations in the local context.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Regarding the appeals process and the fact that there's no timeline, I tend to agree with the Honorable Member of the committee that for appeals or even matters to do with business, time is of essence. And we have seen, for example, the Employment or the Industrial Relations Court or Industrial Relations Act. There is a time frame within which a matter should be determined. I think it's a year. And I think with business, the agency, I think, is even more. And perhaps without taking away the independence of the people who are adjudicating the appeal, perhaps there could be consideration for some kind of time frame within which the appeal should be determined. For business, it's been a bit of a problem, and one of the interventions that the law has put in place in some cases, for example, if you make an application for consent to assign land, you find that if 14 days passes, the law will make a presumption that the application has been granted. So there is interventions in some pieces of legislation. It would be interesting to know why in this case, when in the mining sector, which is a very time-sensitive sector, appeals are being made to be rather open-ended. That would be our comment on that one. Regarding corporate social responsibility, as the committee may be aware, the concept of corporate social responsibility is in the realm of good corporate governance, and the pressure really comes from the environment in which the company is operating, the issues of social license, and other matters that will force the company to gravitate towards corporate social responsibility interventions. Unfortunately, in our country, compliance with most corporate governance good practice is left in the voluntary space. There are very few instances where things such as corporate social responsibility, corporate environmental responsibility are mandatory. But having said that, we are aware that countries such as the Republic of India have legislated corporate social responsibility in their companies' legislation. So we would support, to the extent that this aligns with the aspirations of the Zambian people, and also taking into consideration where we are from a governance practice perspective, and even economically, what strides we are making and what kind of space that we need to be able to reach that apex point of corporate social responsibility. Thank you, Chair.
Through the chair, I'm sorry. Maybe just.
Thank you, Chair. You've just talked about the SR, it's called corporate social, is it responsibilities, social responsibilities. I just want to find out, as IDC, you've been taking care of a lot of parastatal companies or institutions. So I want to find out, when you look at the kind of the laws that we have in our country regarding mining, what would you suggest? What has made these mining companies not to venture into corporate social responsibilities like the way it used to be before? Is it because of a gap in our constitution, or why is it so as IDC when you look at it? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Witness, I'm trying to solicit your comments on these issues I'll raise. What is your view on the management of critical minerals not being emphasized in this bill? And secondly, what is your take on the suggestion that we should equally think about incorporating the stationing of GRZ officers at mining sites to monitor the production activities, and equally request that certain percentages of the production be set aside for value addition? Thank you.
Okay, permanent witness here. Mine's not necessarily a question, but mainly a clarification on the question by Honorable Bundu about the appeals. And the clarification of the question is, at what stage are you talking about the appeals? Is it from the tribunal? Because if you see the proposed section 86, I think I'll read it. 85, it says a person aggrieved with a decision of the commission may within 30 days timeline of the decision of the commission appeal to the tribunal. And the tribunal that sits, if we are talking about the timeline that they have, we can look at proposed section 87 proposed section, let me just get to the number I put, subsection 4. It says the tribunal shall deliver a judgment within 60 days, proposed timeline, of the conclusion of the hearing of the matter. The judgment or decision of the tribunal shall be reasoned. So I'd like to just find out clarification at what point you meant there may not be any timeline with regards to appeals. Thank you.
You may proceed to respond, witness. Acting CEO, you may respond, and you can feel free to pass on the question to any of your support staff.
Chair, perhaps we can be assisted with the honorable member. Is his question based on the clarification that has been made by the permanent witness?
Honorable Mpundo.
On the appeals, that is the question I had asked. It is, let me say, it's a two-way, where somebody, he has to write to the commission. He appeals to the commission. how long should that take, that period? Because it's more or less is aggrieved, he writes to the commission, the commission, the board sits, then he is aggrieved, is supposed again to appeal. That period, the timeline, the appeals, that's the clarification that I had wanted.
Honorable Mson.
Sorry, I think there's a two-tier process here. Okay, so there's a process where the complaint is heard by the commission. And then if you're dissatisfied with the decision of the commission, you can appeal to the tribunal. Okay, so there's a requirement that the complainant must write to the commission within 30 days, and then the commission within 7 days of receiving the appeal forward to the tribunal. So the appeal is heard by the tribunal. But I think beyond that, if you're not happy with the decision of the tribunal, that's how I understood the question. And that's where the issue of the timeline was. We realized that within the tribunal or within the commission, there is timelines. But if you're not happy with the decision of the tribunal, is there a timeline? That's how we understood the question. Thank you, Chair. I don't know if that provides clarity to both the question we were asked and our response. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Any more questions, honorable members?
There were two more questions that were asked regarding the CSR and IDC's views on why there's been a decline from the old days to now on CSR activities. Then there was another question regarding what our view is on the management of critical minerals in the bill, why it hasn't been emphasized, and whether incorporating the presence of GRZ officers at mining sites to protect the value addition that we are getting from these activities. Permission to proceed to answer the two questions, Chair.
Kindly proceed, CEO.
Thank you. On the CSR, I'll invite our Chief Portfolio Officer to provide a response. Thank you.
So in terms of the corporate social responsibility, I think for a long time the view has been that that is a voluntary activity. So it's up to the individual entity to have its own program that it implements as it gives back to the community. I think going back to where we were in the ZCCM days, the heydays of ZCCM, we find that ZCCM was a state-owned entity, as it were, so it had a responsibility to the community that was imposed on it by the state, and so it was easier to implement and have those programs running because of how it was previously owned. Now, when there was a transition from the ZCCM to where we are today, when the mines were privatized, I think the obligation now to give back to the community was not emphasized, to my understanding. So it was actually now very voluntary. It was up to the mines themselves, and we know also that they're in it for business. They put in an investment and they want to safeguard it, they want to ensure that they have returns, and so perhaps the social good was not emphasized, but it can be now. And just to maybe further add, earlier my colleague mentioned about the nature of the reporting that was required. Today, there's an emphasis on having environmental, social, and governance aspects being recorded in the reports, the annual reports of the companies. So there is an implied requirement that companies are required to give back. Even when we're investing now, it's not only investing on the financial side, but also on the social and environmental side. And it is a requirement, I think, in all new investments now to have this ESG element. I don't know if that clears or at least answers part of the question. I submit.
Thank you so much. CEO, you may proceed with the other question.
Chair, I'll request the Chief Portfolio Officer to also answer the third question.
Thank you so much. CPO, you may proceed.
This question, Chair, is for our view on the management of critical minerals not being emphasized in the bill, and whether it would be a good idea to incorporate GRZ officers at the mining sites as an intervention to protect our interests. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Our reading, or our understanding of the reading, why perhaps the critical minerals have not been listed is, I guess, to reduce the need to come back again and revisit. Okay, because we are endowed with so many minerals, and we know that for a long time copper has been the main mineral, but we know that others are being discovered, like gold, like cobalt. And so I don't think we have a problem with it the way it is in the current state, because it provides for others to be looked at as well. That's our reading into why perhaps it's not necessary to have to list what we may term today as critical minerals, because it may change tomorrow. It could be another one that perhaps takes the place of copper. So do we have to come and revisit this particular provision in the bill? On the stationing of GRZ officers to safeguard the assets or to look at the value addition, I think it would be almost tantamount to interfering with company operations. Most of these mines are operated by private companies, as it were, and they have their own systems of working. And what would be government's role in actually having an officer on site? I think there are other ways in which we can actually account for what is going on with the organizations, apart from having our officers stationed there. Apart from the implied cost to government, but in terms of how the companies would relate now, the states and the private companies, I don't know if that would be within the law also to have such an arrangement, apart from the existing structures that we have already in place with maybe the Revenue Authority, the Ministry of Mines, and other such bodies. I submit.
Thank you so much. At this moment, we request our two last questions, one from Honorable Reverend Katuta and the other one from Honorable Mandandi.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a follow-up question. I heard in the response of the witness saying that these were some, if I heard him correctly, those were like conditions which were imposed on the miners. Now, the question I have is that as IDC, we're looking at IDC to be in charge of parastatals and also to help the government to, the government itself cannot run a company, cannot produce anything, and cannot run a business. So the only way the government can raise funds or revenue is through such IDC. And as it now, we're talking of the only critical mineral we have at the moment is copper. And if we look at the businesses, how they're being run at the moment in terms of transactions of copper, this government is losing out, and the Zambians at large are losing out. So my question would be, has IDC had a chance to look at the constitution to check that there are gaps in our constitution that has made these miners or these investors in the name of mining companies to take advantage? And if they've noticed that, what would be your advice? Because I feel this bill is a good bill, but it needs to be supported by other articles in the constitution for Zambians, to benefit as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Reverend. Honorable Mandandi.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mine is a clarity on your submission where you talk of potential benefits of the bill, and you talk of efficiency and effectiveness. Here you are talking of the Commission will operate within the law but away from mainstream government regulations or conformity to formal rules or standards that are claimed to be excessive, rigid, or redundant. I wanted to know further clarity on this one as to which of these rules you claim to be excessive and rigid and finally redundant. The last question would be your comment on the issue of tax holidays given to the companies that are in the mining industry. We had some concerns from some stakeholders where people are saying these concessions or these incentives are not benefiting the Zambian people. If anything, they are suffocating the economy. What would be your advice and what would be your take on this one? I submit, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mandandi. CEO, you may kindly proceed to respond to the questions.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding the question on CSR and whether we have looked at the Constitution, because as a country we seem to be losing out in this area. Chair, perhaps in trying to answer this question, perhaps I'll go to the regimes that have been in place over the years. So you will find that in the beginning, as a country, we were very much invested in the industry, and therefore we had a bigger voice. But with the advent of privatization, government has consistently reduced its stake. And therefore, with a reduced stake, even your voice and influence is also reduced. And I thought that perhaps we could look at it from that perspective. And as IDC, yes, we do have subsidiary companies that have interest in mining outfits, but then I think we also have to look at the extent of the interest. In some outfits, we are sitting at 20%, and we all know what 20% can give you in terms of a voice. Where IDC has a bigger voice is in ZCCM, for example, itself. So if ZCCM is making certain decisions, yes, IDC has a big voice. But where ZCCM is holding these small interests in the mining outfits, you will find that we can express our desire as the shareholder of ZCCM and hope that they will use whatever voice they have to push our agenda as the shareholder in ZCCM. So it's sometimes about the structure. So for ZCCM, you have Mopani Copper Mines, for instance. Maybe Mopani is not a good example because they're holding 100%, and perhaps we can say that we can influence But there are some outfits where they're holding smaller shares or a number of shares, and with the size, you find that our voice is also diluted, and our distance between IDC and the actual mining entity, the ZCCM in between. And like I said, depending on the structure, you find that ZCCM is a listed entity, and it has to oblige certain rules. In the Constitution, I don't think as IDC we see any issues that can affect activities such as CSR that may need to be revisited. But I think it is more about the policy that we have towards mining and as a government, but then also our own policies as IDC. And like I said, where we have a strength of voice, we are emphasizing CSR. We do have a group CSR policy which we monitor within the group. Regarding the potential benefits, the efficiency and effectiveness which we have highlighted and supported, the establishment of the commission and the tax incentives, I'll invite my colleague, the Chief Portfolio Officer, to provide a response, Chair.
Thank you so much. CPO, you may kindly proceed.
Thank you, CEO. Regarding tax holidays and incentives given to mining houses, I think it's a very controversial subject in many ways, because I think there's different views, and they must all be considered, really. First and foremost, I think the holidays are given as an incentive to allow these investors to bring in their investment into a country and to give them enough time to recover before they start contributing to the national treasury through taxes. Okay, so some employ those incentives effectively, they actually follow through and continue. And mining, maybe just to put it into context, mining is a long-term venture, as it were. You cannot go into a mine in 5 years you expect to recoup your investment. It maybe should take you upwards of 25, 30, 40 years to get your monies back if you're a genuine investor. So yes, the holidays, I think, play a critical part in ensuring that there's actually capital formation in the country and they are able to mine sustainably for a period. Now, I think the problem has been that there's been this change, perhaps from one entity to another, and then they continue enjoying these incentives. So they're just transferring from one entity to another, just selling. I think maybe that's where maybe the law can be strengthened to ensure, or to tie them a little bit longer, to ensure that when the time comes, when the tax holiday ends, there is a review, or before any transfers are done, there is some sort of mechanism to ensure that it's not just playing tricks, but actually also meeting your ends as government. But I think the point should be made that they do need a bit of time. Mining is a very, very heavy, capital intensive, maybe one of the heaviest that we have in the country. And so to get an investor without giving him any sort of incentives will be very, very difficult to actually develop the mining sector, I submit.
Well, thank you so much. Yes, CEO.
Thank you, Chair. I think the other part of the question was on the rules that are applied by the tribunal. Chair, I think the establishment of the commission, the tribunal, is a sort of alternative dispute resolution mechanism to delay going to the mainstream courts. The rules of evidence, for example, that are followed by the commission and the tribunal are to an extent relaxed. the court has stronger rules of evidence. And the way that it's been couched, the Court of Appeal is not going to look at new evidence. So it's not going to have that opportunity of testing evidence. That will be done by the tribunal using its own rules. And therefore, the assumption is that those rules will be business-centric. And when the matter goes on appeal, it's just looking at issues of law and not how evidence was collected and extra facts and things like that. And that's why we thought that this would be a more efficient way of doing things. And as you know, with due respect to the honorable justices of the court, sometimes you will find that the court may take a little bit longer to understand certain business transactions and business concepts, and this is an opportunity to kind of, streamline and box whatever it is the tribunal is looking at to the mining-related issues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, CEO. At this moment, we've come to the end of this interaction. We are very grateful for your well-detailed submission, and we wish you all the best as you leave. However, before you leave, allow me to withdraw the immunity that was given to you at the beginning of the interaction. We wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Countrymen and women, youth and children, Zambia will join the rest of the world in commemorating the International Women's Day, which will be observed on Friday, March 8, 2024. The theme for this year is Invest in Women, Accelerate Progress. On this day, we'll be celebrating women's achievements, struggles, and their right to gender equality, and also recognize their contributions to development, academia, politics, and society across various sections. In line with the 2024 theme, Invest in Women, Accelerate Progress, the National Assembly of Zambia recognizes the contributions and sacrifices the women of Zambia have made towards the growth of democracy in Zambia. Despite the political representation in the House being low at 15% in the current National Assembly, the development of democracy in our country will be incomplete without the inclusion of the role of women have played. I therefore want to pay tribute to the gallant women who set the tone before us as we continue to draw inspiration from them and build on the political journey. In a unique way, we've all added a different dimension to the growth of democracy of our country. I celebrate each one of you for your selfless leadership. To the woman out there in the market, trying to make ends meet, at home, striving to put food on the table, in the office, in the mine, to the ones sweeping the streets, to the doctor and the nurse in hospital, the caregiver out there, to the teacher in class, the farmer being scorched out there in the heat, to mention but a few sectors. I salute all of you for your valuable contributions, and you all matter in your own various respective ways. We can achieve even more together. I wish you all a happy Women's Day. Thank you.
Good morning, witness, and welcome to Cabinet Affairs Committee. We will request honorable members to introduce themselves. Thereafter, we will request you to introduce yourselves. We will start with Honorable Mpundu.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning once more, and good morning, witness. My name is Honorable Cliff Mpundu, Member of Parliament for Chembe constituency. Thank you.
Honorable Mandandi.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning once again, Chair, and dear honorable colleagues. Good morning, witness. My name is Mandandi Karie, Member of Parliament for the good people of Sioma constituency in Western Province, Kwahae, Koblos. Thank you.
Thank you to our witness. I'm Engineer Oliver Amotike, Member of Parliament for Mongo Central, the home and hub of the Komboka ceremony. Thank you.
Reverend.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm Reverend Given Katuta Mwelwa. I represent the good people of Chieng in Lopla Province on the board of DRC in Zambia. You're welcome.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Karen Doti Mtambo from the Office of the Clerk.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members. My name is Chawezi Chirwa from Ministry of Justice, Parliamentary Council, sitting in as a permanent witness.
Thank you so much. My name is Lubusha Andrew, Member of Parliament for Chipangali constituency of Western Province, and I am the chairperson for Cabinet Affairs Committee. You are welcome once more, and you may proceed to introduce yourselves.
Good morning. My name is Gracia Imbole from Caritas Zambia.
Good morning. My name is Edmund Kangamgazi from Caritas Zambia.
Good morning. My name is Chepa Twatasha Lesa from Caritas Zambia.
Maybe you can also tell us your positions as you introduce yourselves.
Okay, I'm a programs officer under the Economic and Social Accountability Program.
Thank you. Madam?
I'm also a programs officer under the Economic and Social Accountability Program.
Thank you.
And I'm the head of programs for Caritas Zambia.
Okay, thank you so much. Whenever you appear before a parliamentary committee, you tend to enjoy the same immunities that are enjoyed by honorable members of parliament, because this is a miniature parliament that is sitting. Therefore, in line with the laws of Zambia, precisely Cap 12, whatever you submit is protected by the law and cannot be used against you in any courts of law or anywhere within Zambia. However, the same Cap 12 can be used against you if you deliberately mislead this committee. This committee is very confident that you cannot willfully mislead it. Therefore, it urges you to feel free as you make your submission. And just to mention, your honorable able members had ample time to go through your submission. Therefore, you can just touch a few pertinent issues in the best interest of time, especially that we have one more witness who's supposed to appear. You may kindly proceed to submit.
Thank you, Chair. Looking at the paper that we sent, or that we have submitted, first of all, we'd like to thank you for this opportunity in terms of us discussing the bills that you gave us. First of all, if you look at mining in Zambia, I think this is one of the critical sectors that we have. And we normally say when the sector sneezes, the whole economy catches a flu. So we see this as a very important bill that we need to look at with a critical eye. And of course, if you look at the Mining Regulation Commission, it also designed also to look at issues of governance in the mining sector, looking at issues of comprehensive site, also looking at issues of how do we align ourselves to the best practices, and also ensuring that sustainable development is happening in the country. So, and if you look at mining itself, it poses an opportunity where we look at the backward and forward linkages, and also looking at issues of how complex it is, and also the potential that it has. So we are really excited that this bill is, we're discussing this particular bill, and also the opportunity that it actually holds. So maybe before I go into the details of our submission, maybe let me introduce Caritas Zambia. Caritas Zambia is a faith-based organization, which is a department under the Zambia Conference of Catholic Bishops. And our aim is always looking at how do we ensure that each and every person in the country attains integral human development. For us, integral human development is the aspect where we see someone attains clothing, has clothing, shelter, and food on the table. And besides that, that's not only necessary, but also looking at issues of spiritual growth of that particular person. So we, as a Catholic organization, we're basically in almost all the provinces and districts as a Catholic organization. So having looked at the bill that was sent to us, maybe I can look at the different parts that we saw that needed an emphasis. First of all, if you look at the first part one, there are two issues that we really think that need to be included. First of all, is the definition of license, and also the definition of what is reasonable. Why we think this is important? Because we're talking about the issues of mining, and we normally look at the different types of mining. So when you talk about issues of license, we really need to define what we're talking about when it comes to issues of licensing. The bill talks about issues of reasonable. This is subject to different interpretation when it comes to issues of reasonable. We make an example of one of the powers that have been given to inspectors in the bill is where they can search a person with reasonable cause. And one would ask, what is reasonable cause? But however, I'll come and discuss this later on. The second part that we think that the Commission really, or the bill really needs to look at is the Minerals Regulation Commission, more especially look at issues of the functions. First of all, if you look at the functions, in Zambia, if you look at the mining sector, it has been really been tagged as one of the most corrupt institutions. And also, if you look at just underperforming, if you look at the sector itself, the mining sector, we have high expectations. But what we get from the mining sector is not what we are really expecting. So we are hoping that besides what has been put in the bill, we want to see where the bill or where the functions of the commissions go beyond issues of regulation, but also trying to look at issues of how do they advise the minister when it comes to issues of policy, when it comes to issues of exploration. Besides that, also look at issues of how do we evaluate different agreements pertaining to mining, and also report to Parliament when it comes to issues of that. We're coming from a place where we used to have development agreements, and they really left a dent on the country, so we don't want to see that occurrence again. So we want to see where we broaden the functions of the Commission and release some of those functions that we want to be there. Then also looking at, one of the things that we want to look at is where the Commission actually collects information. The Commission also gives the mandate where, if you look at Zambia now, we have been implementing the EITI. And the EITI since 2008 has been basically operating on a voluntary basis, meaning that Ministry of Mines cannot go to a mine company and actually collect information. That information can only be given when the mining company feels like. So we were thinking that the Commission should be given that mandate to actually collect information, decipher it in such a way that it can actually even feed to initiatives like EITI. We also have the African Mining Vision. Then coming to Section 7 on the bill that was given to us, it gives a list of who's supposed to be on the Commission. And we feel that there are three important stakeholders that need to be included. This is Ministry of Local Government and Traditional Affairs, civil society organization, and also the Anti-Corruption Commission. The sector chair has been named as, we have been hearing a lot of corrupt practices. if you look at issues of the cadastre now, it has, I think there was also a suspension of giving licenses, mainly because one of those challenges was issues of corruption. So we want to see a place where someone is quite confident when they're applying for a mining license, and where I don't need to know anybody at the cadastre to actually get a mining license. Even so, we believe that civil society really play an important role when it comes to issues of oversight. So we think and believe that they really need to be there in the commission in terms of the people who are on the commission. Talk about Ministry of Local Government and Traditional Affairs. Most of the mines that we are seeing now in the country are lying on traditional lands. And before a mining license is granted, or even just an exploration license, we find that a traditional leader or a chief or either a headman also need to give consent. So we are thinking that they need to be in the commission or as members of the commission so that they can actually give that oversight in terms of trying to look at the affairs that actually borders on land. Looking at Section 7, the commission is quite, we believe it's very strategic. This will be basically manning the minerals of the country. So in such a case, we expect that we should not entrust the appointment of the members of the commission to the minister, but rather we get the appointment from the president. Because currently, if you look at the current act that we have, members of the cadastre, members of the people who look at issues of licensing are appointed by the minister. And the issue is for what we think is that normally it's the aspect of loyalty, where sometimes you find the final decision is made by the minister, and it's difficult for the commission or members of the commission to actually contradict the minister. So in such a case, we would expect that the members of the commission should actually be appointed by the president, not the minister. And of course, there should be consultation with the Public Service Commission and the Minister of Mines, but the overall appointment should be done by the president. Even so, if you look at Section 9, it talks about the appointments of the chief executive. The chief executive chairperson should be appointed by the president, not the minister again, because of the same reasons that we're talking about, issues of loyalty, and of course we are humans. And we think that it's always best that the president makes that appointment. And as such, you find that even when the minister, the CEO is given a wrong instruction by the minister, the CEO can always go to the president and seek recourse. Issues, part 3, we talk about issues of exploration, mining, processing, and trading. We are cognizant of the fact that artisanal and small-scale mining is really important sector in the country, and it's contributing quite a huge chunk when it comes to issues of employment and also just social well-being of people, and it has a lot of potential. But Chair, if you look at since independence, we've been talking about issues of potential. And if you look at statistics, it's difficult to pinpoint how much we are getting from artisanal and small-scale miners. So in as much as we support their existence, we need to find some contribution from them. And for submission, Chair, we are saying that before we make artisanal and small-scale miners, we renew their license, let them give cause why we should renew their license. So we're talking about, can they at least, a minimum, show that they contributed to the Zambia Revenue Authority, or even a 15,000 kwacha, or at least 15,000 kwacha? Then we know that we're renewing a license for a viable business. Part 4, we're talking about issues of mining rights and surface rights. Chair, what has been happening now, looking at the different communities that we've been looking at or working with, we always find that people are being displaced, and communities are always complaining that they haven't been compensated. And even when they've been compensated, you find that they are not happy with the compensation. So our submission, Chair, that in part 4 of the bill, there needs to be an emphasis of free, prior, and informed consent, where the communities have the right to say no, and also give conditions when they actually say yes. And also give the communities a room for actually negotiating on what best is for them. Part 8 talk about issues of inspectorate. We recognize the importance, actually we look at section 78, we recognize the importance of honorable inspectors and also being appointed by the minister in consultation with the directors, which is a good thing. Because of course we don't have all the manpower in the ministry. But we need to look at issues. The bill talks about suitably qualified. And one would ask, what does it mean? So we really need to define what that actually means, because I can be a cook and also be qualified, or be defined as qualified, or I can be an economist, so it can be anything. So we really need to define who an inspector is, and in terms of how can they actually qualify to be called an inspector. Even so, if you look at section 77, it gives powers to the inspectors, where an inspector can search any person, and also in terms of premises, with reasonable grounds. Chair, we are humans, and this can also be abused in the sense that an inspector now can search anyone when they feel that they have reasonable grounds, because as it is now, we haven't defined what reasonable grounds are. So for us, I think we think that this should be reworded or recasted so that people do not actually abuse this particular aspect. Part 9, we're looking at issues of mining tribunals. I think there has been a lot of challenges in the mining sector, and it's good that we have a tribunal. And we see that we're talking about people to be in the tribunal should be more of at high court level. But Chair, we feel that this will just prolong issues of tribunals. We feel that we need to get judges who are at the Supreme Court level, in the sense that once this issue is discussed, it's actually closed, rather than we get another appeal. So we feel that we need to get judges who are at Supreme Court level for us to actually speed up the process of appeals. Otherwise, Chair, I think the bill is quite progressive, and we're happy with it. And we feel that we really need to clean up the sector so that we can actually get the potential of the sector. This is the submission for Caritas Zambia. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much for that well-detailed submission. Honorable members, you are free to ask questions and seek clarifications. We'll start with Honorable Muteke, then Honorable Mpundu.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your submission. I just wanted your further comment on where you want the CEO and the CEO to be appointed by the president and all that. Because I'm trying to think, having spent so much time in the oil and gas sector, where a CEO gets appointed by the president, overriding the duties of the board, because it may actually achieve the opposite of what you want to do, because once you're appointed by the president, it's more of a political appointment and that kind of thing, rather than a governance issue when it's appointed by the board. And also I'm trying to think whether you did any benchmarking, because I'm trying to think of a CEO who has been appointed by the president. Even here in Zambia, they are always appointed through the board. So I wanted your further comment on that, because my view is that you may achieve the opposite of what you are trying to do, to ensure that there is no political interference, and then the mining sector remains a strategic component instead of a political tool that can be manipulated by the politicians once you leave it in the hands of the president.
Thank you, Honorable Muteke. Honorable Mpundu.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mine is on section 3 of the bill, where it talks of ownership. All rights of ownership in exploration, mining, processing, and depositing of minerals whatsoever located in the Republic vests in the President on behalf of the Republic. Don't you think that should come as on behalf of the people of Zambia.
Well, thank you so much, Honorable Mpundu. Before we request you to proceed with those questions, kindly allow us to request our honorable colleague who has just joined us to introduce himself.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Is it good afternoon, witness? I'm Elias Makasa Msonda, Member of Parliament for Chimbami Rongai Northern Province. Thank you.
So we have quite a number of committees that are sitting. That's why you've noticed that members keep going in and other members keep coming in. So kindly pardon us. You may proceed to respond to the questions.
With regard to issues of appointment of the President, of the CEO, for us we think that there are two ways of how we should do it. Either make it competitive or being appointed by the President, but not by the Minister. Why we are saying that is because mining is it's a strategic sector for the country. If you saw the past few weeks, we've been talking about the exchange rate in terms of the dollar actually fluctuating or depreciating and also appreciating. Because it's alleged that the mining sector put in some money into the economy, and that's why we saw the kwacha misbehaving. So in such a case, would want someone who is quite strategic, who is quite level-headed when it comes to issues of mining that particular commission. And for us, our submission is that members of the commission should be appointed by the President. Even so, members of, and also the CEO should also be appointed by the President. At that level, that means that all of them are at the same level. But preferably, of course, it has to be on a competitive basis where we can advertise and someone actually applies. That, I think probably that would be the best. But for the commission members, would really be happy if the President actually appoints those. Then in such a case, we are expecting that they'll be deliberating on issues of licensing, even just mining of the policies and the mining sector in a more professional manner, rather than issues of loyalty. I'm not sure whether I've answered the question. Then, for the issues of exploration, mining, processing, and trading, yes, the minerals are for the people, and the President should just manage it or manage it on behalf of the people. They should not be vested in the President.
Thank you so much. Any other question, honorable members? Permanent witness?
Maybe just a clarification on honorable this question on section 3. I think that's basically a standard way of drafting. If you look at the Lands, the Lands and Deeds Registry Act, even all surface rights are vested in the President. I mean, if you look at title deed per se, the Commissioner of Lands signs it on behalf of the President. And so it's not that the minerals are not for the people of Zambia. He is the President, not the person, but the office is holding it on behalf of the people of Zambia. So I think, I don't know, we might have to change that, but I think it's speaking out what it was meant to speak out. Maybe just an addition on the appointment by the President of the Commission. I think there are various issues there. If we are saying this person will be a person under the Public Service Commission, just like all civil servants are appointed by the President through the Public Service Management Division. If that is the position you're talking about for the Director General, then I agree. But if it's a direct appointment, I'm not very sure. Thank you.
Okay. Then, permanent witness, we have noticed that other commissioners are presidential appointees. A very good example will be the commission, the police commission, the prisons commission. So I'm sure maybe that's what the witness is referring to, that since other commissions commissioners are appointed by the president, it would be good if this commission could also have presidential appointees. I don't know if you have any comment.
If that's what they're referring to, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I'm very okay with that, and I have taken note, and will revert to the committee after consultation with the sponsor of the bill.
Thank you so much, Permanent Witness. Yes, Honorable Mpundu.
Just a clarity. You know, like the way Permanent Witness you have said, that's how it is couched. No, it shouldn't be that way. It should be clear. This is what brings the issues in future to bring into the interpretation of the law. The law is supposed to be precise, straightforward, so that people understand it. Those are issues which you find again it becomes costly for interpretations. So it just has to be on behalf of the people, and it's clear who is going to question. But if you couch it in some ways, those are the issues that brings issues. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mpundu. Yes, Permanent Witness.
Yes, we have taken note, and we'll revert to you, to the committee.
Thank you so much, Permanent Witness. Witness, any comment?
From my end, Chair, I don't have any comments on it.
Any comment?
From my end, no. I believe everything is clear.
Okay. Any comment, Madam?
No, Chair. From my end, everything has been covered. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This committee is greatly humbled that you found time out of your busy schedules to come and make this brilliant submission. We want to assure you that we have taken note of your recommendations, and we want to thank you once more for appearing before this committee. We wish you all the best, but before we release you, allow me to withdraw the immunity that was conferred upon yourselves at the beginning of this interaction. Thank you so much.
Parliament is open to members of the general public who may wish to undertake familiarization tours of Parliament buildings, either in groups or as individuals, or to attend sittings of the House or parliamentary committees. All those wishing to visit Parliament can either write to the Clerk of the National Assembly of Zambia or simply come to Parliament buildings. Upon arrival at Parliament buildings, visitors are required to identify themselves. A passport or national registration card is required for identification purposes. All visitors to parliamentary premises are required to wear smart attire, either office or casual wear. Before gaining access to the galleries, all visitors are oriented and issued with passes by the Security Department at the Media and Visitors Center. Those whom permission is granted to sit in the galleries will be ushered to the appropriate galleries by protocol officers. Furthermore, visitors are not allowed to take with them into the galleries such articles as walking sticks, umbrellas, briefcases or parcels of any type, newspapers, magazines or cell phones. All such articles must be deposited at the reception desk.
Good afternoon, witness, and welcome to Cabinet Affairs Committee. The committee is delighted to have you before us. We will request honorable members to introduce themselves. Thereafter, we will request you to introduce yourselves. We'll start with Honorable Mpundu.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon. My name is Honorable Cliff Mpundu, Member of Parliament for Chembe constituency and a member of this committee for Cabinet Affairs. Thank you.
Good day, witness. I'm Engineer Oliver Amotike, Member of Parliament for Mongo Central, the home of the Komboka ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Reverend Given Katuta Mwelwa. I represent the good people of Chieng in Luapula Province on the board of GRC in Zambia. I can't see. Okay, she's there. I was wondering if you just came alone without a female in your company. I'm very particular.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, witness. I'm Elias Makasa Msonda, Member of Parliament for Chimbamelonga in Northern Province. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, witness. My name is Karen Dotim-Tambo from the Office of the Clerk.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members. Good afternoon, witness. My name is Chawezi Chirwa from the Ministry of Justice, Parliamentary Council, and I'm sitting in as a permanent witness. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Legal Counsel. My name is Lubusha Andrew. I'm Member of Parliament for Chipangali constituency of Western Province and the Chairperson for Cabinet Affairs Committee. You may kindly proceed to introduce yourselves.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members. I'm Innocent Melu. I'm the Director Corporate Strategy at ZDA. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members. Musente Kwa Gabriel is my name. I'm Director Business Development. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Jessica Chombo. I'm Director Export Development at Zambia Development Agency. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members. I'm Albert Halwampa. I'm the Director General for the Zambia Development Agency. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. Thank you. Though it might be a lapse in protocol, I am appearing from the Ministry of Justice as well. My name is Darius Shachinda, Parliamentary Council, Permanent Witness. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Director and your team, once more, you are welcome. Please kindly note that when you appear before any parliamentary committee, you are appearing before a miniature parliament. Therefore, you tend to enjoy the exact benefits that are enjoyed by honorable members while sitting for the main parliament sitting. In line with the Zambian Constitution, precisely Cap 12, it empowers you that whatever you submit can never be used against you in any courts of law or anywhere in Zambia. However, the same Cap 12 can be used against you if you willfully mislead this committee. This committee is very confident that you cannot willfully mislead it. Therefore, it urges you to feel free as you make your submission. You may kindly proceed, DG. And furthermore, DG, apologies. Kindly note that the committee had ample time to pass through your well-detailed submission, so you don't need to go through it word by word. You can just touch a few pertinent issues in summary so that we don't keep you much longer than expected. You may kindly proceed, DG.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you so much, honorable members. The Zambia Development Agency, as you are all aware, is an agency of government that promotes trade and investment and also capacity building of small medium enterprises. Chair, we're very happy to be here, particularly to make submissions on the Minerals Regulation Commission bill. We note two significant innovations in the bill. One, creation of the, or rather establishment of the Minerals Regulation Commission, and also to establish the Mining Appeals Tribunal. I think from where we stand, Chair, this resonates very well with the Zambia Development Agency, given our mandate to make sure that we pull in investors across sectors, whether it's agriculture, mining sector, or tourism, energy, infrastructure. So we are so happy that for the first time we're going to have a commission that regulates the mining sector. As you are aware, Zambia still depends on the proceeds of copper, and we intend to get to 3 million tons of copper by 2030. Thereby, revision of this law is very, very crucial to create such a commission, to create a tribunal. Very, very important. So we believe that with the creation of the commission, it will create efficiency and also regulate the mining sector to make sure that the excess 2.2 million tons of copper, there is beneficiation to the Zambian people, so that we begin to add value in this country, so that the Zambian people begin to see the value of the endowments that God has given them. So it's very, very crucial that this commission is going to play a very important role in that aspect. So we also believe that it will pull in a lot of investors, given that the regulatory framework gets strengthened. It means that investors will have more confidence to come into the mining sector, knowing that there will be a commission that they can rely on to have mining policies implemented. You have the mining ministry there, drafting policies, but there was this vacuum. There was no institution. So to bring in this commission to implement and regulate the sector, in our view as ZDA, we believe that to create efficiency, pull in investors, also is going to create efficiency in terms of exports, because if you bring in more investors, it means there will be more production. More production means more exports means more revenue. If we have such an institution or commission, it means that also there will be a lot of value chains within the country, meaning that more jobs for the Zambian people. So ZDA Chairs fully supports this bill. It's a very innovative and timely bill. We also feel that it will enhance business development, bring about innovation in the sector, given that we still rely on mining. And also, let me just touch on the appeals aspect, appeals tribunal. I think it's very important. The more activity we'll have in the mining sector, there are bound to be issues, dispute resolution, and so on and so forth. It's just like the courts are. If you are not happy at the High Court, you appeal to the Supreme Court for fairness and equity. So it allows for the players in the sector to have some layer of comfort, where they can take their grievances if they are not happy at lower levels. This tribunal can resolve those issues to the interest of fairness and equity of justice. So we believe that, Chair, the minerals a bill that we are discussing today is a very progressive one. As ZDA, we support fully. We know that with the creation of a commission or the appeals, there are also downside effects, maybe bureaucracy, red tape. But I think overall, we feel that the benefits outweigh whatever could be the downside effects of this creation of the commission and also the tribunal. So in short, Chair, we support 100%. Given where we stand as a development agency, this is a good development in our country, that we can have the commission regulates the mining sector and also the tribunal to make sure that any dispute resolutions, if one of the parties is not happy, there is an appeals tribunal that can actually fairly look at these issues, maybe having a second glance. So thank you, Chair. This is our submission on this item. Thank you.
Thank you so much, GG, for that brilliant summarized submission. We will request if there is any comment from Director Strategy. Any addition? Okay. Director Business Development.
At the moment, nothing, Chair.
Director Export.
No comment, Chair, at the moment.
Okay, thank you so much. We will now request honorable members and permanent witnesses to ask questions. We'll start with Honorable Cliff Mpundu.
Thank you, Chair. I I go to the definition in this bill of the mineral royalty, which means a payment received as a consideration for extraction of minerals. And then there was a paper that was done in 2018 and 2019 by the Chambers of Mines. This paper, which is entitled A Guide to Understand the Mineral Royalty Tax. And again, there's another paper talking about taxation in the mining sector, a report by the Zambia Chambers of Commerce. In their definition, they defined a mineral royalty as a payment made to the owner of the assets by those who wish to make use of it to generate revenue. On that background, I want to understand from you, ZDA, is a mineral royalty a tax? Because we normally confuse this to put mineral royalty tax. Looking at this definition, how are we going to treat this mineral royalty pertaining to this bill? And lastly, in this bill, there is no, I have checked, there is nowhere where we have the involvement of our traditional leaders. Do you think it is prudent that these are key stakeholders who are supposed to be part and parcel of this bill in this commission to avoid conflictual matters going forward? Thank you.
Any other question? Honorable Katuta.
Thank you, Chair. Listening to ZDA, is saying they are very happy with this bill. I just want to ask a question, more or less like what Honorable Mpondo has asked. I think you are aware that if you look at the mining sector today, they are not doing the corporate social responsibility anymore. And we've seen that they do not bank they do not bank the funds that they raise from the transactions of these corpers. If you compare to the days of His Excellency Dr. Kaunda, may so rest in peace. Now I want to find out, when you say you don't have issues with this bill, don't you think something is missing to link it to our constitution? Because I believe the reason why these investors, in the name of miners, not miners, mining companies, are not doing what they're doing is because there's a gap in our constitution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Katuta. DG, you may kindly proceed to respond, and you can feel free to pass over the question to any of your support staff if need rise.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Member. you are going technical on definitions about what is a tax, what's mineral. I think the experts have ably defined what a mineral royalty tax is, and we have precedent in our country what's obtaining at the moment. I think for me, Honorable, what is important is to make sure that as a country, we get a fair share of contribution from the extractive industries to the people of Zambia. We can call it any name. The question at the end of the day, are we getting a fair share of the proceeds of the mines? The answer to that, Honorable Member, is that if you're looking at what's happening now in Zambia, the development aspect agenda at the moment, I think is driven by the president at the moment to add value chain and bring in the electric vehicle batteries to mitigate against climate-related transition, to move away from fossil fuels into EV batteries and electric vehicles. I believe that what has been missing in Zambia is the value chains. The export of our copper in its raw form, cobalt, critical minerals, manganese, lithium, nickel. Just when you as a country are unable to add value, are unable to beneficiate down to a common Zambian, whatever definition of a tax or mineral royalty you bring on the table, it will not be enough. But I'm so happy that there's now a drive to transform this economy, to bring about the value chains here in Zambia, and also encouraging joint ventures, partnerships between Zambians and foreign investors. So I think that's the catchword, so that Zambians can also own, these endowments along the value chains, create jobs here and create wealth. So for me, that's the bigger picture from the ZDA standpoint of it, is how do we use our minerals to transform the economy? And it's about value addition. It's about you as a Zambian having the mining license. ZDA brings in a foreign investor, you team up together, they bring in capital, they bring in liquidity, you work together, joint venture, partnerships, and start producing and own the means of production. For me, that's what will be very progressive as a country. If we can get there, and I'm so confident we are almost getting there, and it's very important to make sure that we support what's happening at the moment in terms of the economic agenda of this country. I think once we add value, once we beneficiate, once we have joint ventures, once we've got partnerships, then we are home to go. In terms of traditional leaders being involved, I agree with you, Honorable Member, that there must be some levels of involvement, but depending also on the model of developing the legislation that we may use, sometimes we could look at issues in a broader sense to benefit the entire Zambian community or citizenry. So there could be urgency in some of these regulations to benefit the country. There are issues that are not contentious, such that even if involvement is at a higher level, the representation or lack of it would not in a way negate the progress being made. I think the drafters of this bill took into account all the key stakeholders, and I would like to believe in one way or the other every citizen was represented, but that's an argument for another day. But from where I stand as ZDA, I believe that this bill, from our analysis, it is benefiting everybody. It's going to bring about efficiencies in the mining sector, where the traditional leaders themselves and their people are going to benefit. So from where we stand, we still maintain, Honorable, that this is very progressive, and I think it serves the interests of all the Zambian people. In terms of corporate social responsibility, Honorable Member of Parliament, is it Chiengi? Chiengi, yes. I think if you look around most of these mining houses, they've done quite well in terms of CSR. Probably if we don't give them a definition of what CSR is, then we cannot blame them if they build a school or one hospital or whatever it is, and then in the end we are saying they are not doing CSR. What is the definition of CSR for a mining company? Do we have it? What infrastructure are we looking for from the mining houses for it to qualify as corporate social responsibility? I think given what they have done so far, if you go to First Quantum Minerals in Northwestern Province, you will see they've done a lot of development just to support the community there. They've done schools, they've done hospitals, and I think they're still doing more. They've done roads. So in my view, what will you define and accept as corporate social responsibility? And have we done a proper assessment as National Assembly, as Parliament, to say that the mining houses are not contributing to the communities? What kind of study have we undertaken? Because everything we bring to the fore must be based on evidence. Otherwise, we'll be accusing investors of not contributing significantly. Let us define for them what is CSR, what is the minimum amount they must pump into the community. Have we done that? If the answer is no, then they will do as they see their books, the profitability of their operations. Then we'll not blame them at the end of the day. From where I stand, I have seen that they've done quite significantly in terms of corporate social responsibility. In terms of proceeds not being banked, maybe like it was some time back. I think this issue is being addressed. Honorable Member, recently aware that there is export tracking mechanism now at the Bank of Zambia to make sure that whoever is exporting, not just mining, the money must come here first. It's a question of whether is that enough? Probably not, but what is enough? Again, let us define it. It's us the people who should push for development with our policymakers. If this is not adequate, then what will be adequate? Of course, we should be mindful that these are investors coming into the country. We need to make sure that the environment is as conducive as possible. Even as now we are talking of joint ventures, partnerships, but the investment environment, it should be conducive. By the way, we have had these resources for many, many years, but we don't have the technology. We don't have the capital. We may have the copper underground, but until you bring in synergies between foreign investors who've got the capital, who've got the technology, they've got the equipment, working with us, the minerals will remain underground forever and ever. So in as much as we have these endowments, we need to create a platform where we work together, as I said, value chains, partnerships, job creation, to make sure that the Zambian economy is transformed significantly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, DG. Any other questions, honorable members? Thank you. DG, quickly, maybe as you wind up, you may kindly comment. We have listened to other witnesses indicating that it would be very important for the Ministry of Commerce to be included, and then others are saying the Ministry of Lands could actually be replaced with the Ministry of Local Government when it comes to the Commission. What's your comment over that?
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair. I'll be very biased because Ministry of Commerce is my parent ministry. So naturally, though I'll give a slight argument, I would support that Ministry of Commerce must be in the Commission because the Ministry of Commerce cuts across all the ministries. If you look at agriculture, they produce the maize. When we begin to value add, to process it into meal, Ministry of Commerce kicks in. Once you bring in the issue of value chain, value addition, then Ministry of Commerce kicks in. Ministry of Mines is dealing with, extracting the copper, the ore, whatever at cathode level. But the moment you begin of value chains and exporting, that mandate rests with the Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Industry. Previously, they had 3 mandates: investment, trade, and enterprise development. With the creation of Ministry of Small Medium Enterprise, the enterprise mandate was taken away, but still remains with the mandate of investment and the mandate for trade. And we extract our copper and these related value chains, whether EV batteries and electric vehicles, to export to wider markets to earn foreign exchange for Zambia. So it goes without saying, it's imperative and a must that the Ministry of Commerce must be in the Commission from the word go. I submit, Chair.
Thank you so much for that submission. DG and your team, I'm not so sure if you're also commenting and submitting on the Investment, Trade and Business Development Amendment Bill. Okay. So we may proceed with the next subject.
Thank you so much, Chair. Of course, this is our baby. Would like whoever will appear over this bill to support us, the Investment, Trade and Business Development Bill. Previously, in the Act where it sits, incentives are only given to a greenfield investment, meaning that we only give incentives which includes customs duty waiver. If you are importing equipment, you are importing machinery, you don't pay customs duty, and also there's accelerated depreciation on the income tax side. If you are investing in the multi-facility economic zone, you have additional incentives, 10 years tax holidays, no tax on profits and dividends for 10 years if you are manufacturing and exporting. We are also transitioning this into the farming blocks to make sure that if you are in the farm blocks and agro-processing and exporting, we also make sure that we give you 10 years tax holiday. So this was applying only to projects that are new. But now imagine, Chair, somebody sets up, for example, I'll give United Capital Fertilizer, they set up a fertilizer plant, the beso dressing, we gave them incentives, but now they are expanding into other projects. So we are saying that even at expansion, because the investor is bringing in more money, even more money than when they first, came in the first project. So we are saying it's only fair that if an entity is expanding more than even in the first project, they must be given incentives as well. So that's what we are doing in this review we are doing on the bill. So not just greenfield investments, but also brownfield. For example, Trade Kings, they've invested a lot in greenfields, but at the time when those projects now begin to grow and expand, and they want even to pump in more money than before and create more jobs, we are saying, why shouldn't these companies get incentives? So we said that way to create more jobs. It will incentivize a lot of investors who are already in the country, because that's more like low-hanging fruits. For example, early this year we were commissioning the Zambian breweries expansion of $80 million. Imagine, Chair, we had only 100 expansion projects. That's about $8 billion. Why shouldn't they get incentives? They're doing big jobs, even more than the green jobs sometimes. So that's what we are talking about when we are looking at extending incentives even to the brownfield expansion projects. That's one. Then number two, the definition of rural area was only including up to maybe small towns. It was not including municipalities, meaning that towns like Kabwe, towns like maybe Kafue or Mazabuka would not be included in the incentives, because for us to give those incentives, you must be located in a certain area. So in our review of the ITBD, we had restricted incentives only to strictly rural area. But then we realized as more investments came to say we are not yet at a point where we begin to seriously discriminate. We can still include municipalities because they are not well developed after all. If you look at Kabwe or you look at, say, Mazabuka or Kalomo, those municipalities, they are not yet fully developed. So we can bring them back into the incentive structure so that even municipalities can also qualify. So that strictly according to the definition, is Ndola, Kitwe, Lusaka, and Livingston, that are cities, we should be excluded in terms of incentives so that we spread the development to the other areas, because there's a tendency for investors to come to where there is already development. So this review, Chair, is to just try and help the municipalities also be included in the structure of incentives so that investors can still choose whether they want to go to strictly rural or even a municipal or a township or strictly rural where it's just bush. So that's why we are doing that, Chair, also to begin to spur development in that sense. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, DG. Our first question will be from Honorable Mpundu.
Thank you very much, Chair. You are speaking so well, CEO, but I have a question for you, and this question is, Zambia has suffered a setback at some point because of this incentive, whereby you give them tax holiday of 10 years. Once they realize they are approaching that year, then they change their patent, or they change the company, and again they start enjoying other incentives. From that background, what mechanism have you put in place to curtail these vices of you give them incentives, and then once they have reaped and reaped, they again change to say we are now a new company? What mechanisms have you put in place? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mpundu. Any other question, honorable members? DG, you may proceed to respond.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much, Honorable Member, for that very serious observation, showing that you've been following the investment trends in this country and you have the interest of your country at heart. Yeah, just to answer to that question, Honorable Member, we have reduced the validity of the license from 10 years to 5 years, because companies were getting these licenses for 10 years and sometimes they are not monitored. They just enjoy incentives. Then when it's almost time to have the license expire, they mutate into another company and that kind of thing. Just to address that, we've reduced the validity period so that we are able to monitor so frequently all these companies. I know that we've pumped a bit of resources into monitoring and evaluation, and also in the ITBD, one of the sections we put was a requirement for annual returns, so that we monitor these companies and what they are doing. And also we've enhanced physical inspections to make sure that what they put in the business plan, the products they're saying they'll be producing, is what they're producing. And also we visit them to resolve their challenges, because that's our job, to provide aftercare. So to just address that issue, Honorable, we've reduced validity of the license. We have also enhanced monitoring and evaluation. We have also brought in the aspect of annual returns to see who is doing what. And also, where possible, because there are a lot of companies, we try as much as possible to visit them physically to address these matters. But we are really on the lookout, because that's one of the areas we don't want our country to be disadvantaged. For companies who are now on the verge of not qualifying for incentives, they mutate into a different name, or sometimes even exit Zambia because they've gotten what they wanted. So we are making sure that we are watching, we're encouraging them to produce more value, more jobs, and just to make sure that they obey the law. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, DG. Permanent witnesses, any comment? Director General and your team of directors, we are extremely grateful for having found time to come and interact with us. This committee has listened to your submissions perfectly well, and before we release you, allow us to withdraw the immunity that was conferred upon you at the beginning of the interaction. Thank you so much, and we wish you God's blessings.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members. Always a privilege to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, DG.
There were 59,439 registered cashew nut farmers in Western Province.
The situation as it is, I'm incapacitated.
The good people of Petauke, especially Minika 1, where we don't have water.
This is now a serious risk on the people of Iteztezi. Last week we registered one maternal death.
Within the CDF, we can build palaces for all chiefs in our country.
Minister, when are we going to have money? When are we going to construct those people?
Catch us live on DSTV channel 272, OTV channel 28, Topstar channel 5, or visit the National Assembly of Zambia Facebook page. Parliament Television, bringing Parliament closer to you.
My name is Kona Simunji. I was born from Mr. and Mrs. Simunji in Namamumbwa village in the eastern part of Nalikwanda. I did my primary school at Namshishe Primary School in 1974 to 1977. Then from there I moved to Nakaembe Primary School, where I did my grade 5 to grade 7. And then from there I went to Kawama Secondary School in 1982 up to 1986. From there I did my CABS. As you are aware, I'm an accountant at Evelyn Horn. Thereafter I did NATEC at Evelyn Horn. Thereafter I did ACCA at ZICAS. Thereafter I went to Copperbelt University, where I did my postgraduate diploma in finance. Nalikwanda constituency is a very nice constituency, though in a very bad state. Nalikwanda constituency is made up of forests and rivers. Currently we have got 53 schools, with mostly primary and basic, and 6 high school schools. However, with the schools, I can tell you that we have got a lot of work to do. With the current recruitment of teachers, we will embark on buildings, accommodation for teachers. Apart from schools, we have got a bad condition in terms of health posts. We can only say maybe we have got 2 clinics in Nalikwanda, that's Nakanya and Naroi. There is a health post where they cannot even admit a patient. So we have got a lot of work in terms of health institutions, because I don't believe in the models of building a health post. I believe in building a clinic which can accommodate at least 15 people, which we don't have currently. Apart from there, we have got no roads in Nalikwanda, which you can call a road. Last year, actually, we had an accident where teachers who were coming from a function in Mongo, their vehicle fall into a river. Meaning our crossing points in Nalikwanda are in a very bad state. So that one is also another area which we need to invest in. Apart from that, in Nalikwanda we cultivate a lot of rice, maize, cassava. So that area is actually, I would say, the most productive part of Mongo district. So we need to educate our people so that they move away from the plains and come and invest a lot in Nalikwanda constituency. In Nalikwanda, we have got a very big plan for them. With the CDF which has been given to the constituencies, we plan to start with the crossing points first. That's our first point. When we finish that one, we move to the clinics. If we can manage even to build mini hospitals, that would be better. Actually, I have managed to secure a mini hospital for Nakanya, which is where we are trying to see if we can put a district. On Saturday this coming weekend, I'll be in Nakanya, where I'm meeting all the chiefs in Nalikwanda, where we are going to discuss about developmental issues in Nalikwanda. My word to the people, my constraints is that I'm part of them. I know all the problems which are related to Nalikwanda. If I say I will bring development alone to Nalikwanda, that will not be enough. We shall work as a community. I'll work with them to see that we work with our WDCs, because that's where development will start from. We work with them. We work with the chiefs, village admins, so that we see which development we should attack first. From there, we shall see that Nalikwanda is developed. But actually, the major one, we need to make sure that Nalikwanda becomes a district, so that we share resources. Because currently, all the resources which go to Mongo district, they just go to Mongo Central. Now we want to make Nalikwanda a district, so that our resources come to Nalikwanda as a district, not as a sub.
countrymen and women, youth and children, Zambia will join the rest of the world in commemorating the International Women's Day, which will be observed on Friday, March 8, 2024. The theme for this year is Invest in Women, Accelerate Progress. On this day, we'll be celebrating women's achievements, struggles, and their right to gender equality, and also recognize their contributions to development, academia, politics, and society across various sections. In line with the 2024 theme, Invest in Women, Accelerate Progress, the National Assembly of Zambia recognizes the contributions and sacrifices the women of Zambia have made towards the growth of democracy in Zambia. Despite the political representation in the House being low at 15% in the current National Assembly, the development of democracy in our country will be incomplete without the inclusion of the role of women have played. I therefore want to pay tribute to the gallant women who set the tone before us as we continue to draw inspiration from them and build on the political journey. In a unique way, we've all added a different dimension to the growth of democracy of our country. I celebrate each one of you for your selfless leadership. To the woman out there in the market, trying to make ends meet, at home, striving to put food on the table, in the office, in the mine, to the one sweeping the streets, to the doctor and the nurse in hospital, the caregiver out there, to the teacher in class, the farmer being scorched out there in the heat, to mention but a few sectors. I salute all of you for your valuable contributions, and you all matter in your own various respective ways. We can achieve even more together. I wish you all a happy Women's Day. Thank you.
London, your music promotions.
I don't wanna mess around, I just wanna set it
Baby, all you want is to settle down.
nawe paka ifa ndine wamalaki pokupeza singana meni madabwa ayasima uchape you're my everything I cannot see myself without you so will you let me be the one boy on the gym of partners I fuck up on that bed like will you let me be the one boy on the gym of partners I fuck up on that bed like ewe patali ewe baby ni Bugatti haba bambi ninjinga ewe patali ewe baby ni Bugatti haba bambi ninjinga
manje iwe ni patali sibanga kwane baby you are my Ferrari
and you baby you're my all you're my honey sibanga kwane love you are my Bugatti
baby kuti wale manazo sama sebela baby
I don't wanna mess around I just wanna settle down
Bela kuti wale manazo sama sebela baby
I don't wanna mess around I just wanna settle down
you're the reason I ain't solo you're the reason that the brother keeps coming back for more waza kamba ni mipondo kuma kulibe wamenda ni vesa chonjo when I hurt you fix my pain a little rain of sunshine find me rain sometimes it's a little hard to maintain but I'm stronger cause you have my last name mama iwe patali iwe baby ni Ferrari ama bambi ninjinga iwe patali iwe baby ni Ferrari ama bambi ninjinga
ewe patali ewe baby ni Bugatti haba bambi ninjinga ewe patali ewe baby ni Bugatti haba bambi ninjinga
baby kuti wale manazo sama sebela
I don't wanna mess around I just wanna settle down patali
Wezzy, Cleo Ice Queen.
Walila. Ice Mulila vonse munani tema kati mkali mubwela tieni fikani mozani pesa cause I know I'm good no weapon fashioned against me shall prosper Ice Mulila vonse munani tema with God by my side I can do all things any tongue that rises up against me shall be put to shame with God by my side I can do all things any tongue that rises up against me shall be put to shame for my belleza kuyesa belleza mama kunifikila mudoti noniletela mbuka koma lelo takula kula bila vila vila vola bila vela vila vola bila vela vila vonse munani tema ngani mukari mubwela tieni fikani muzani pesa cause I know I'm good no weapon fashioned against me shall prosper Ice Mulila vonse munani tema
Pamene alibe chimo aime aliteme Ine I live my life with no regrets kulibe sembe Alionse muntu amapenze kama situations It's a time for everything my trials and my tribulations Every day we pray lead us not into temptation Yesu ni watu bonse ndise Bantu bamozi tikola tuizafendela tika nilila pamozi Tika imba pamozi nogu bina pamozi Take a stand for one another Bring no harm to your brother Look out for your sister and give love to your mother Life can be messy, bring those strangers, it's alright Don't give give up, just know everything gonna be alright. They say life's what you make it, so I'm out here trying to make it. Wanna live to say I made my mama proud, that's a blessing. Black skin, big hair, big dreams, get green, walk with a purpose and build your esteem.
It's a land where every person is born free.
And it's a land of peace, of love and unity.
This land, Zambia, land of the strong, home of the brave. Our land, Zambia, free men we stand. In this land, beauty all around. There is no other love like a mother's love for her child.
Oh, there's nobody come and take our peace away.
Let no one take what is free for all to share. This land, Zambia, land of the strong, home of the brave. Our land, Zambia, free men we stand. In this land, I believe the better days are surely coming.
Mrs. Doreen Sefuke Mwamba is a Community Development and Social Services Minister. She is a nominated Member of Parliament and is passionate about uplifting the welfare of the vulnerable. Mrs. Mwamba has always wanted justice to prevail in her political journey.
My father being Edward Sefuke, my mother Teresa Kasonde Sefuke. I am the 5th child in the family of 8, 4 boys, 4 girls. I started my primary school in 1972-73 at Chifwani Fee Payne School, and thereafter I went to Kasama Primary, and unfortunately my father passed on in 1978, so we had to move from Kasama to Ndola, where I continued my education at Fatima Girls Secondary School, and I moved to Dominican Convent so I could be nearer to my mother, as my mother was mostly out of the country, nursing an aunt of mine out of the country, so I had to move to the Dominican Convent in Ndola. After completing secondary school education, my family wanted me to be a lawyer or a teacher. My mother was a teacher by profession, but I loved cooking, I loved serving people, I wanted to be in the hospitality industry. So I applied to study hotel management at Evelyn Horn College here. I was accepted. That is soon after leaving secondary school. And I started studying at Evelyn Horn. Whilst at Evelyn Horn, I joined the union where I served as the Secretary General for 2 years. That is where my political career began.
It is interesting to learn that Mrs. Mwamba belongs to the royal family. She talks about how amazing it was growing up in a huge family and always wanting to be found among boys.
My mother comes from the royal family, Chimokulu clan. So we are the typical members on my mother's side. But even on my father's side, he also comes from the royal family. His mother comes from the clan of Chief Kasonde Chisona. So on both sides of my parents' families, I belong to the royal family. I remember when growing up, my mother always sitting me down and telling me, "You are a girl, you are not a boy." I would play with my brother's friends compared to playing with my friends or my sister's friends. I would want to stay longer in their bedroom, and my mom would come looking for me. You know, the problem with this child is she doesn't know that she's a girl. And I think my mother had sort of like a tough time controlling me and make sure that I behaved like a girl.
Mrs. Mwamba is married and had 2 children. She unfortunately lost a son in very unclear circumstances.
After graduating from Evelyn Horn, I married my husband now, and that time I was 21 years when I got married to Mr. Mwamba. We were blessed with 2 children, a boy, Moma, and a girl, Chileshe. Unfortunately, my son passed on in 2010. The death is still a mystery. It was on his birthday, and he went out with friends, and whilst there I was called to say that
something has happened. And when we rushed to the hospital, he was in a very bad state, unconscious, he couldn't talk. They didn't tell me what had happened until 2 days later. That's when I learned of his passing on. And it was very unfortunate because when that happened, his grandmother, who was very fond of him, the mother to my husband, or his grandmother, upon hearing what had happened, also passed on. So we had to move the funeral from Ndola to Lusaka. She was living in Avondale. So we had that double funeral here in Avondale, and they were put to rest in the same place at Memorial Park. And that's when I moved to Lusaka. I never went back to Ndola. So as at now, I've got, there's one child living, Chilesha. She got married last year. She's now Mrs. Wagner.
She talks about how her father got arrested severally during the struggle for independence, a situation that influenced her to join politics.
Growing up, my father was working in the council, but he also did intelligence. So he was arrested as a youth, but we were, you know, like in Africa, it's very difficult to distinguish who a youth is, but he belonged to the youth wing. And I vividly remember the police surrounding the house and picking him up and taking him to unknown destinations, and my mother would panic, and that is how we grew up. Later, my father became a businessman. I think from the time I was 4 years to the time I was 11 years, my father was detained, harassed, caught by the police 1,000 times, and he never stopped whatever he was doing.
Mrs. Mwamba has been a staunch member of the United Party for National Development UPND since 2000. She now runs us through her political journey.
A lot of people knew about me being in UPND when my brother-in-law, Geoffrey Mwamba, joined UPND. I think he joined in 2016, 2017 officially. That's when people say, oh, you've come with GBM. No, I had been in the party from 2000. But when I joined, I decided to join UPND. People didn't really understand what it was that I was doing. And there was a lot of intimidation from within the family and outside the family circles. And it wasn't easy. And this thing continued up to 2021 when I went to campaign in Northern Province and Kasama. The police stopped me from campaigning. I fought with them. I told them, this is where I come from, this is my home, and I'm going to camp here and campaign from here. So it hasn't been easy. In 2016, he said, you know, people said, I think you better stand in Munali. They were looking for women to contest. And that is how I took up Munali. Lost, petitioned in the lower court, won the case, went to the Constitutional Court. That verdict was overturned. I lost to Honorable Kandulu and continued campaigning in Munali. So eventually there were many candidates wanting to contest in Munali, and I said to the president that, you know, Your Excellency, I would rather give this to the candidates who are in Munali now that we've got quite a number of candidates on our party ticket and campaign for you countrywide. And that is how I launched that campaign from Eastern Province, Central, Copperbelt, Luapula, everywhere I went.
Mrs. Mwamba has a heart for the vulnerable and was excited when the United Party for National Development won the general elections in 2021. She wants to see to it that the less privileged are cared for.
When we were campaigning, and mostly I campaigned alongside the President, His Excellency, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, and each time we went to these villages, my heart would go to the poor and vulnerable people, and I always told them, Mr. President, I know this time you'll make it, and I've got one request, like always, please don't forget these people. And as we went on campaigning, he would then, before he would say, of course not, of course not. And then towards the end, he would say, believe me, I will not do that.
Hers is a busy life. She narrates how she manages to strike a balance between being a wife, minister, and member of parliament.
You know, this ministry is like a calling, because we are dealing with poor and vulnerable people in need. And when we say in need, you go out there, they're in desperate needs, either of food, either of anything, that is essential in life. And we have also persons with disabilities sitting in this ministry. And you may wish to know that we have over 2 million persons living with disabilities in Zambia, which is a huge challenge of finding them assistive devices. And at the same time, I'm a mother. I'm somebody's wife. I need to make sure that there's food in the home, it's cooked at the right time, visitors that are visiting us are still catered for. And at the same time, I'm a Christian, Catholic woman. I need to make sure that I don't forget about my Creator, my God. Go to church early in the morning, prepare to come to the office, 13 hours, get ready to rush to Parliament, attend Parliament sitting on a regular basis. At the same time, I must be committed to this ministry.
She says she will forever be grateful to her family and other stakeholders for their unwavering support.
I'm very grateful to my family. You know, when I was appointed, first of all, as I was campaigning, my family supported me. Apart from my husband, who encouraged me to follow the desires of my heart, he found me doing politics at Evelyn Hall. And in fact, when I met him, I was arrested. I met him after coming out of Lusaka Central Police. So he knows the consequences, the dangers, he understands. And my daughter. When I started active politics, 2015, 2016, to contest again, she privately gave me a lot of support. Both financially and morally. My siblings gave in all what they could. My brother Patrick in the UK is very political. He would write statements for me. He would encourage me to say this, that, this is how you must respond to that one. And my brother Edward, on a softer point, gave me all the support. They were very, very supportive. My aunties, this is after losing my mother. My auntie stepped in. They would send prayers. Sometimes they would send cooked food home. to make sure that we are not lacking, there are no complaints. You know, somebody will do village chicken, you know, that type of support which is natural, which is genuine.
Construction and farming equally keep her busy, aside from ministerial and parliamentary duties.
Before I started campaigning, I was running an international company which I partnered with a South African company called Londro Construction. So over the weekends, I follow up on where we are as that company and what needs to be done. And at the same time, we are in farming, small-scale farming. I grow my own maize, I grow potatoes, and I've planted 3 types of beans. So, and then behind my house, I keep chickens. I've got turkeys, I've got guinea fowls, I've got these village chickens. I'm self-sustained. I read a lot of books, especially on housekeeping, interior design, interior decoration, fabric finishings, and all those. That is my passion.
Mrs. Mwamba has a word of advice to women who want to join politics.
But I want to say to women who are watching, that be who you are. Be real, be yourselves, be natural, be focused, be disciplined, be determined, be polite, and remain on the course. Be satisfied with what you have. It's this imitation where we want to behave like men, where we want to talk like men, where we want, no, just be women. Just be natural, be real, be yourselves, and that is, I think, what I can say.
Mrs. Doreen Sefuke Mwamba believes women can achieve their dreams as long as they stay focused. Ms. Chrysosta Halwindi is Kawe Central Member of Parliament under the United Party for National Development UPND in Central Province. She is the Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Sport, Youth and Child Matters, and she also sits on the Committee on National Guidance and Gender Matters. She is cool, calm and collected.
My name is, let me say out, my name is Chrysosta Halwindi Pili. Halwindi is my maiden name, and Pili is for my husband. I was born in Monze, in a little village called Hakwambwa, and I did my primary school at Hakwambwa Primary School. My parents are Mr. Noah Machila Halwindi and Berita Halwindi. I was born in 1971. And then in a family of, I'll say, as at now, we should be around 14, but from my mother and my real mother and father, we are only 6. We were 6, let me say so, because I was number 60th. That is being 3 male and 3 female. Unfortunate as at now, we lost 2 brothers, so I remain with only 1 brother and 3 sisters. So I'm the last born in the family of mother and dad. So I went to, as I said, primary school at Hakwambwa Primary School, And then the secondary school, I went to St. Joseph Secondary School in Mwanze district also, where I did my grade 8 up to grade 12.
Ms. Halwindi has a bachelor's degree in business administration and entrepreneurship and has several courses in road maintenance and supervision from the National Council for Construction. Ms. Halwindi once worked as a nurse but decided to go on early retirement and joined the private sector.
I went to UTH and did my nursing, registered nursing. So that was my first profession as a registered nurse. I only served in the government as a registered nurse for, let me say, 3 years. And then I decided to go when the government brought the voluntary separation where I want to voluntarily retire. I retired. I almost served for 3 years. Of course, it was not easy because at that time, I think the directors, my superiors, the matrons really wanted me to continue with my profession. But I think my heart was in the private sector. So I decided to stop, then I started doing business. In the private sector, first when I just stopped working as a nurse, of course I started doing trading, I had a shop, and also supply. And then I decided to also diversify in the business I was doing. So I joined the construction industry where I registered my company to be doing construction works. Of course that called for me also to make sure that I train so that I've got the knowledge of how to do the bidding. So I trained. My first course, I went to National Council for Construction and did labor-based supervision works. At the time I had my second-born child, Tangaweka, was just 5 months old. So I went for training. Even I went for doing practicals in the bush with my little baby, the baby boy. So I managed, I did that. And the other courses that I did, and a lot of courses, about 7 or so courses in construction industry and certificates in that. So that's what I did. And of course, I started the first year I registered my company. I think I won the first contract. So I've been in construction industry.
She's married and has 5 children.
I've got 5 children. 3 are male, 2 are girls. My firstborn is in Kitwe, Rajesh Halwindi Piri. Of course, he did grade 12, but and the little few courses in construction industry. He's also in the private life. He's just doing business. And my second born is Tangaweka Piri, who is doing his grade 12. My third born is Noah Piri. He's at Grandview doing his grade 10. Then the last borns are twins. They're girls, Swangere Piri and Mafunase Piri. They are doing grade 8. My husband is Mr. Gordon Piri. He's retired. He used to work for prisons. Right now he's just doing business also.
Ms. Halwindi joined politics in 2010, mainly inspired by her husband, who was a member of UNIP.
Politics, I think it started in 2010, let me say. Of course, my husband, he was a UNIP member, where he tried, of course, to stand as an MP. Of course, he didn't make it. From there, because I was helping him much, I developed the interest. So during the time of MMD, I was adopted as a councillor in the High Ridge. Of course, that was the time with the transition when PF came into power. So I lost the seat. From there, because also in the construction industry, now they voted me in to be the chairperson in the province for all the contractors. So that position calls for some, but not to be political. Of course, I toned down in issues to do with politics. Of course, I was helping the party, of which I joined UPND. I was helping UPND, the party I joined, at least silently. Well, I continued now heading the province as the chairperson for the contractors in the province. I think later on also I was also chosen as a vice president under NAMSEC, which is the National Association for Small and Medium Contractors, as heading the women wing contractors. So in 2020, let me say in 2021, I was approached that I think there was a candidate who was earmarked to stand as a candidate in Kabwe Central constituency, who unfortunately, may so rest in peace, he passed on. And then I was approached, please, we have a vacancy here. Would you want to stand as an MP? After praying, I think I was so convinced that I think I need to take it on. That's why I accepted. That's why I came on board to stand. Yes.
And how was it when you won?
Well, of course, it was something that was, I'll say, so nice. I don't believe in failure when I make up in my mind that I want to take on this. So it's something that during my time of prayer, campaigning, I was so convinced in my spirit that I'm going to win.
Growing up among boys helped build her strong character. Hence, being a female parliamentarian does not intimidate her.
No, I don't feel intimidated. Actually, as I've said, in my growing up, I said I grew up with among the boys. And I could do activities that the boys could do. I could go to look after cattle, even those activities that young men do, like trapping birds, swimming, climbing trees, all those things for me, they are part of me. So I think I grew up a person who is blended or groomed to be co-equal to a man. So what men can do, I believe even a woman can do. So for me, I'm not intimidated, and I feel we can do what men do. Maybe learning from my profession in the private sector, where I was a chairperson for all the contractors. Many women, even the construction industry, they think it's for men. But as for me, I'm a contractor, leading even the contractor in the province during that time before I was elected in. And I did very well as a woman contractor. So even now, I believe what men can do, we can still do. So there's nothing that demarcates that this is what a woman can do, this is what women can do. We can all do. We can coexist and do all what men can do also.
She gets a lot of support from the people of Kabwe constituency and her party.
Yeah, of course, it's not easy. May I say that even now, I know that back in the constituency, there are so many people who are again strategizing themselves, wanting to pull the only woman that will happen. By the way, I'm the first woman in my constituency, to be voted in as a woman. The only woman who have so far been the first one. People are again trying to pull me back. It's not easy, but of course I can say again, there are good people again who are supporting. Of course, when you're in I'm here in the constituency, they'll be able to tell you, okay, ma'am, here you need to do this, here where there's a need for there, but the support is there. I'm receiving support. Even here, I wouldn't say there's no support, despite that I've mentioned that in the committees you find you are second, but I'm receiving that support. You have given responsibility. Sometimes when we sit at caucus meetings as UPND, they will give you that, okay, do the secretarial work, help us to correct this. So the support is there. Also, even back in the constituency, people come on board to say that, no, we want to make sure that when you are in Lusaka, at least you are back here, we'll be doing some works that you are supposed to be doing. I have a task force where, of course, they are checking on the projects when I'm not here, I'm not in the constituency. So that's the support that I'll say I'm receiving. And of course, when you go to these offices, there's a project that you'd want to do. I can cite an example. In Kabwe, the roads are very bad. But then I looked at it, what happens, the only contract that we had, the contract was, I think, on the verge of being terminated. And I said, this is not good for us, we need roads. And then I wrote a letter to Minister of Infrastructure. I said, oh, please, can you help us to do, at least to have a package under dual carriageway. It was received so well, and they said they instructed RDA, said, okay, make sure that at least you design that at least you should give at least 20 kilometers of bituminous roads in Kabwe Central constituency. Of which I said, this is, of course, the support that I want is people to support me in terms of development in the constituency.
Ms. Halwindi says her husband has been a pillar of strength.
The support that I have first is from my family, because my husband allowed me to stand. And after winning, he has continued to support me, to make me that I have to be in the parliament when the parliament session is on, and also in the constituency that I need to attend to the electorates. So I've received a tremendous support from him. As a woman, you have to be there for your husband and the family. But he had foregone his time for me to be with him. And they said, go ahead. Each time I'm supposed to, I needed here, I have to be here. When I need to be in the constituency, he knows that I have to be in the constituency to do parliamentary work and check on the developmental works in my constituency.
She now talks about what she does when she's not doing parliamentary work.
Okay, when I'm just at home relaxing with the farming, I go to the farm to check what is happening at the farm. And of course, we see a few developmental issues, projects we are building some houses. I also go to counter check what is happening with the projects, yes. But mainly it's to do with farming.
What do you grow?
Yes, it's maize, soybeans, groundnuts. But at the moment, I'm trying to embark on, of course, doing economical trees. I'm planting moringa trees. And I've planted the pepper, piri piri, all that. And I'm also trying to bring on board this what you call dragon fruits. These are fruits that we do not even grow in Zambia, but I'm trying to bring them on board with my partners to make sure that it encourage people in the constituency to grow at a larger scale so that we can be able to export.
She now has a word of advice to women who want to join politics.
I want to encourage our fellow women. The representation in Parliament right now in terms of women is so bad, it's so low. So we are calling upon so many women to come on board. This time where I want to carry, if in my constituency, for example, I only have one councillor out of 29 councillors. Starting even from local government level, councillors, we need many women to come on board. When we have all the problems that we have in the country, if things are not going on well, the first person to be affected is a woman. So if we are many women in Parliament, we'll be able to support even the policies that supports women. For example, right now we are saying we want to raise even the marriage, where somebody can be only eligible to get married at 18 years. Of course, that's what the Marriage by Act says. But I guess customary, anybody can get married at a lower age. We are trying to support that, If we are men, women, when you bring such emotions on the floor, they can be supported very well. Because we understand we are women, and when your daughter is just at home doing nothing, bringing children married at a tender age, it's us women who feel it, So I'm encouraging women to come on board. They shouldn't fear. Actually, this time, the political will is very good supporting the women because the violence levels, at least they are getting down. Our president does not support, violence, behavior. So we are calling upon women that let us not be in our homes. I know there are very good women, potential women, well educated, who can help us, to make sure that even when we are debating in the parliament, where a woman speaks, there is always that, what you are speaking, because you are speaking what you experience. When I'm talking about having a clinic or a maternity wing in that clinic, I know what I'm talking about as a woman, because I know what I undergo through when I go to labor. If the roads are not okay, I know as a woman I'm in labor, I need to be taken to the hospital. I know how I feel, I'm in pain, and then there's I'm traveling on a road which is so bumpy. I know what I'm feeling, So as a woman, really, we really need to take the front row to make sure that we are in the in Parliament or in decision-making positions so that we are able to defend what we really affects us.
Ms. Chrysosta Hadwindi believes women need to be in decision-making positions in order for them to contribute to the country's development.
Discuss the budget concerning the CDF. CDF has been given to the people of Lundazi, and yes, we are saying thank you, but we are taking it with a pinch of salt.
Meet Ms. Brenda Nyirenda, Member of Parliament for Lundazi Central Constituency under the Patriotic Front. She sits on the Committee on Privileges and Absences, and she is the Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Media, Information and Communication Technologies and National Guidance and Gender Matters, respectively. Ms. Nyirenda is jovial, hospitable, caring, and most of all, very outspoken. It's no wonder she articulates issues in the House the way she does.
It is important when we are sharing these things, we look at the population. Women are many in this country. Can we be fair in the distribution of the resources that we are giving them?
Brenda Nyirenda is a wife, a mother, a grandmother, a lecturer, and a psychologist, a gender activist, and just an educator, if I have to summarize. Was born in a family of 6, 5 girls and only 1 boy. One of our own died, a girl. So we've remained 4 girls and only 1 boy. My father is late, he was a policeman. So I'm a child who has lived in police camps, different police camps. Yes, born in Skanza police camp. I've lived in Ndola Central. I've lived in Chifubu. I've lived in actually almost all parts of Zambia. And I know a lot of languages. I can speak Lozi, I can speak Kaonde, I can speak Tumbuka very well, I can speak Tonga, and it has given me an exposure. Having lived with my dad in very different places, I tend to learn a lot of languages as well.
Ms. Nyirenda narrates how rough her childhood was. She once sold vegetables to make ends meet.
Claudette, my upbringing was one where we had to add on to survive. What am I saying? My mom was not an educated woman, but she was a marketeer, and we used to do a lot of gardening. When I was young, growing up, I never even knew what it is to be these beauty youths you see around looking very nice. I used to sell a lot of vegetables, and on my head, the hair even came off because of the heavy trays and dishes that I used to carry. I used to go around selling vegetables. Every time I knocked off from school, up to as late as grade 8, on the copper belt, I would go around calling Repo, Repo, Repo. And that was like part of my growing up. I knew how to help my mom at the market stand. Immediately when I knock off, I would rush to the stand and sell tomatoes, sell potatoes, and a lot of things. In short, I grew up knowing what challenges are.
She is the woman she is today simply because of the hardships she went through. She sobs as she recalls her upbringing.
The experiences that I have gone through, Claudette, has made me to be the woman I am today. I talk freely. I've had different experiences in life. Some of them, they can make your tears drop. But I think God has helped me through and through. I'm sorry if I may act emotional at times, because when you're looking back, sometimes you may feel the pain today, which was yesterday's. I'm sorry for that. I hope this clip can be put off, but if it can encourage someone, it is okay. What I'm trying to say is this: I grew up with my mom and my dad, very caring people, but being a police officer, we never had a television in our home. We used to go watch TV at our neighbor's house. And you see, what would happen was, at the peak hour, when maybe something good is about to come, they would just draw the curtain. And we would just go back. Today, that has had an effect on me. Sometimes I don't even watch TV. Because what you go through, the time when you're young, when you grow up, it will have some side effects. That's why I don't want any child to miss out on anything good when they are young. And as a member of parliament, I'll make sure that I fight for the people who are going through this poverty. It is not good. I come out so openly because I know what it is to live in a poor environment. I know how humiliating it can be. So, having that experience in the police camp where others had television sets and we didn't have, it was like every 15, 16 hours would go and line up at somebody's house and we are trying to peep through the window to just see what programs were there. And at the peak hour, they would close the windows. So I grew up hurting.
Getting pregnant at the age of 16 shattered her dreams of completing her grade 12, but all was not lost.
And at the time when I thought all was getting on well, I became pregnant at an early age. Like 16 years of age. Very intelligent at school and hoping to put my family at a better place. I found myself in unwanted pregnancy. And by that time, my dad had retired then in Lundazi. I had to go back to the village. And you see, that experience and the pain that I went through has made me to be the woman I am today. I delivered a premature baby in Lundazi, and thank God my dad then was getting his salary and he managed to help me. And that daughter of mine has grown up. She's an accountant today. But it's a voice to some woman or girl out there that do not abort, don't kill. You may just kill the president, you may kill a vice president or any other person. Go through it all. At the end of the day, every person has got a ladder. After I left school, I was already in grade 12, but because of the different policies that were put in place then by Dr. Kaunda's regime, they couldn't allow you to proceed even if you were pregnant. But today, after 1991, we can say that a girl can still go back to school. So some of the policies which we create as lawmakers can have a serious impact on the lives of individuals. Whilst the implementers will implement them without looking at what could it that can help this girl child. I dropped out of school because of that. After delivering my child, I had to wait. 1991, the policies changed. They said those who had been to school, they dropped, they can still go back to school. It was healing for me because I knew I wasn't just a grade 12 dropout. There was something in me. I was still intelligent, but because of the biological role and the challenges that I found myself when my dad retired, that is what made me to even become pregnant. So for me, the idea of taking the girl child to go back to school, it's a blessing in disguise. You don't know, Claudette. It has made me to be the member of parliament I am today.
She proudly talks about her children who have achieved a lot.
I'm a mother of 5. I have 3 daughters and 2 sons. I'm a mother of the first-born daughter, the experienced daughter. She's an accountant. She works for Zambia Bank. And my son is an economist. Then my daughter, she's a doctor. She's at Levy. And I have another daughter. She's a lawyer. And the last born is doing engineering. It gives me a sigh of relief that my children didn't have to go through what I went through. I had to ensure that I protected them. How did I do it? I told them openly my experience. So they know every time Brenda will go on TV, she may even talk about us. So they know to say that I'm doing it for another person so that they can live a better life.
She is a grandmother of 4. She says being a grandmother is an amazing experience.
I'm a grandmother of 4.5. I'm still expecting the 5th one. Why I'm saying a half? Yeah, my granddaughter Chatoa, my best friend. She's 7, and then there's one who is 5. The other one is 2. Then the other one is just some months, 4 months.
How is the experience, being a grandmother?
It's a beautiful experience, except grandchildren of nowadays, they won't come and stay with you, but they'll come in for a night over or maybe. But for the first one, I wanted to experience the being a grandmother. So at 8 months, she got sick, and my daughter then, the husband was out of the country, so I offered to take care of her. And the experience was really beautiful, and we have bonded so much. She's really my baby.
It's interesting to learn that her husband, Mr. Davis Chisopa, is also a member of parliament. She narrates how hard it was for her to convince her husband that she also wanted to be a member of parliament.
My husband is a member of parliament. I think this is his third term. He went in through a by-election, that was in 2014, and then he won 2016, and he was won in 2021. What happens is I have a call upon my life, and he has a call upon his life. So I told him that I'll be with him in the first 2 terms. And the third one, I would also stand as member of parliament to help my own people in Londazi. I had to be brave because I knew what I wanted. I wanted to save a life. I wanted to give hope to my people. But at the end of the day, it is his joy, because now he's saying, my wife is a member of parliament. You were saying you wanted a member of parliament. No, maybe it was not me. You were talking about my wife. Now he's jointly owning the glory.
She shares her experience of being a member of parliament so far.
First 3 months has taught me a lot of things. When to say yes and when to say no. Because there are a lot of rules in the house when you can speak and when you cannot. I have learned a lot. But what I want to say is Parliament is the most organized institution that I have ever worked for. They take you through orientation. So, they literally teach you what to do. And if all institutions in Zambia were working the way Parliament is working, we can have a better Zambia. They are strict on time. They tell you how to do things, and they are just so good.
Miss Nyirenda pays glowing tribute to her husband, who supports her in her work.
Despite what we went through, he's very good. He guides me now on what to do. Or even if me, I'm outspoken, him is on the quiet side. So you'll find that when I'm trying to study something, he'll tell me, if you they don't go and embarrass me. So sometimes I have to put a hold on myself, because that's not the way it's supposed. So I'll tell him, better go and say it, and then they correct me. But he's my support system.
Apart from her husband, she talks about other people that support her.
I want to thank God for the church. They are really helpful. Both the Catholic Church, the churches around in Londazi, they are just helpful. At the end of the day, Claudette, you cannot achieve anything without God being in it. Everything that you do, there is someone up there whom we don't see, but through prayers you find that God is able to help you achieve a lot of things. Apart from that, I want to appreciate fellow members of parliament, like those from Eastern Province, like JJ Banda. He has been very helpful, and also Andrew Lubusha, being my provincial chairperson. He's also been very helpful, Eric Boma, and a lot of other people. They have really been helpful. Some of the people from the ruling party, they are my support system. And when they encourage you to say yes, we'll be able to help you out, you feel, ooh, this is a sigh of relief. I don't want to forget about His Excellency Dr. Edgar Chagwalungu. He believed in me against all odds.
She now shares with us how she spends her free time.
Usually at church. I'm a CWL, Catholic Women's League. So you find that I do a lot of interactions concerning charity work and loyalty. And apart from that, I'm a home person. I do a lot of studying. Most of the times, if you come, All the vehicles may not be here, but don't think I'm not around. I'm a home person. Most of the times I spend my time studying, and I'll just be in the house. I prepare food and I give a lot of instructions to my maids. My husband is someone who does not even eat from Parliament. He doesn't eat, he likes traditional foods. So you find that I have to be in Soweto market to make sure that I'm picking all the different types of foods. I have to succeed as a wife, apart from succeeding as a member of Parliament, and as they call me our mom in Lundazi. Apart from in all these sectors, I do not want to fail as a wife.
Ms. Nyirenda has a word of advice to women who want to join politics.
To a young woman out there, I'd want to encourage you that don't look at the resources. The first resource which you have, it is your heart. You didn't ask me what motivated me to get into politics. It is the experiences that I have had that made me to get into politics.
Zambia is a signatory to the United Nations Agenda for 2030 rather. In this effect, we cannot achieve the SDGs if at all we are not allowed to recover some of the revenue that we are seeking for at this moment.
Ms. Jean Chisenga is Mambilima Member of Parliament under the Patriotic Front in Lopula Province. She is one of the youngest members of Parliament. Ms. Chisenga is passionate about uplifting the lives of the people of Mambilima. She is the Vice Chairperson of the Planning and Budgeting Committee.
A young lady aged 32. I was born in Mwese district in Chief Kashuba's area. I went to school in Mansa, Our Lady of Mercy in particular. That's where I did my primary school. From there, I went to the Copper Belt in Ndola, where I did my secondary school at Mozi High School. I later went to AIBT to pursue my certificate in law, and then Cavendish University for my degree. I then later went to Siali, where I could attain my practicing license of law. Yes, and after my Ziali, I joined politics full time. I come from a family of 7. My mom and dad are both in business, and my siblings are doing different things: doctors, engineers, businessmen and women, as well as economists. I have one child, not married.
She is the only politician in the family. She decided to join politics because she wanted to serve the people of Mambilima.
Well, simply put, I was inspired because I thought I could save the people of Mambilima. And if you want to save, you won't save if you're just seated in that place. You have to put yourself together and then give it a try to what you want to do in order to help the people. I joined the Patriotic Front Party in 2015, late 2015. Yes, so I was interacting with the community in one way or another. In Mambilima. Interacting with the people in one way or another, and just letting people know that I am in the political realm now. Yeah, and then I got physically attached to the people by, let me say, 2018, 2019. And I was able to just bring it out to say I would like to contest in 2021.
She says that she received backlash from her opponents when she was vying for the Mambilima seat, owing to her being young, but she did not get discouraged.
That came from my opponents because, I was contesting with men. I was contesting with about 5 men who were older than me. So the only thing they had to say was that I was young. But that didn't bother me. I had to forge ahead because this is politics. You have to be strong.
Her family was hesitant when she intimated to them that she wanted to stand as MP for Mambilima, but they later became very supportive.
Well, at first, while I was still at school in 2015, because I was almost saying, let me go and do what I want to do. So at first, I didn't really get the support, but in 2016, everyone was able to stand with me because I had already completed my school then, and then the support was there from my mom, my dad, my siblings, and the rest of the family, really.
She shares her experience about being a woman parliamentarian so far. She says she does not feel intimidated being a female MP because her focus is to serve the people of Mambilima.
Well, it's been okay so far, and speaking on the side of being a youth, I receive a lot of phone calls of how people are inspired, phone calls of how I end up encouraging people to also join. And on the side of being a lady, it's okay because we are trying to see that more people, women in particular, go to Parliament. Although this time around the numbers have been really sad.
And don't you feel intimidated that you're a woman?
No, I don't.
What gives you the zeal to soldier on?
I'm given the zeal to soldier on by the people that I'm serving. Because if I'm intimidated, then I will not serve the people very well. So I have to keep strong. I'm learning every day so that I serve the people of Mambilima very well.
Ms. Chisenga pays glowing tribute to her father, who supported her during the campaign period.
My support system, I would say my dad. He was really just there for me during the campaigns, and he stood by my side, not only emotionally as my dad, but also financially. So he was with me during the campaigns until we just fought through it together. So I get a lot of inspiration from my dad. He's very encouraging when it comes to education. I think when I told you, he almost said, don't do this now, because I was still in school. So we've been together through and through. And I must say, I'm glad he really supported me through this entire process.
She now shares with us what she does during her spare time.
When I'm home, I read. And then I also
What kind of books do you read?
I like to read books that will teach you something, like, the T.D. Jakes kind of books, those ones, and the motivational books too. Yes. And away from that, I also just like to watch movies.
What advice would you give to a lady out there who wants to join politics?
Okay, well, as I had earlier alluded, it's not easy. The field is not easy, but if you want to save, you have to go in hard and just make sure that you are ready to save the people. The most important thing is that you need to have the heart to go out there and save the people. Because if you don't, then the intimidation really is going to just fix you, and you will not do it. So I would urge the women out there to just turn out in numbers so that the goal of 50% women in Parliament is achieved.
Ms. Jean Chisenga believes women can achieve much more as long as they are determined.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us on Parliament Television. Today, Wednesday, the 16th of March 2024, on live commentary before we cross over for the live parliamentary proceedings. My name is Tazapiri.
Good afternoon, and my name is Pauline Monga. We are joined by our sign language interpreters, Chola Kaoma and Jason Mandan. Just now we have a look at what was discussed on the floor of the House yesterday. before we give you business for today.
When business resumed yesterday, Madam Speaker did make 4 announcements. In her first announcement, Madam Speaker acquainted the House with the presence in the Speaker's gallery of the honourable members of the Government Assurances and Implementation Committee and staff from the Parliament of Uganda. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, received the distinguished guests and warmly welcomed them to the National Assembly.
And this was followed by an announcement in which Madam Speaker informed the House that she had received communication to the effect that in accordance with Standing Orders 47 of the National Assembly Standing Orders 2021, His Excellency the President, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, had appointed Mr. Gregory Ngowane as the Deputy Government Chief Whip with immediate effect.
The third announcement, Madam Speaker reminded the House that on Friday, 23rd February 2024, when presenting the business statement for the period 27th February to 7th March 2024, Her Honor, the Vice President, indicated that His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, would address the National Assembly on Thursday, 7th March 2024, on the progress made in the application of national values and principles. She informed the House that the President would instead address the House on Friday, 15th March 2024, and urged members to adjust their programs accordingly.
And on a social note, the Honourable Madam Speaker also informed the House that on Tuesday, 27th February 2024, she had informed the House of a football match between members of Parliament and diplomats accredited to Zambia. She further informed the House that the football match was held at the showgrounds on Saturday, 2nd March 2024, in which the parliamentarians scored 2 goals, whilst the diplomats scored 3 goals. And in this regard, the Honourable Madam Speaker, on behalf of the National Assembly, congratulated the victors and all those that participated in the game and wished the parliamentarians a better performance in future games.
Thereafter, the House went on to consider matters of urgent public importance. The following matters of urgent public importance under Standing Order 134 were raised. The first one did come from Mr. Philemon Twasa, who is Kasenengwa Member of Parliament, and his subject matter was on the need to update farmers on the projected rainfall pattern in light of the rains being experienced in some parts of the country. This matter was inadmissible.
The other matter of urgent public importance came from Petauke Member of Parliament, Mr. Emmanuel J. Banda, and this was on the alleged exclusion of Petauke Central Parliamentary Constituency from amongst the constituencies earmarked to receive relief food, and this was also ruled inadmissible.
Thereafter, the Vice President made a statement on measures the government was taking to address the hunger situation in the country, following a directive by Madam Speaker on a matter of urgent public importance raised by Mr. Philemon Twasa, Member of Parliament for Kasenengwa, on Tuesday, 27th February 2024. The Vice President briefed the House on the various interventions being taken to address the situation.
And then the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security also rendered a ministerial statement on the security of the nation in light of the alleged statement by Mr. Edgar C. Lungu that citizens would rise against the President before 2026, following a directive by the Honourable Madam Speaker on a matter of urgent public importance that was raised by Mr. Kasauta Michelo, Member of Parliament for Wengwa, on Wednesday, 28 February 2024. The Minister dispelled the assertions by Mr. Lungu and assured the House that assured the House and the nation of the stable security situation.
Thereafter, the Minister of Health made a statement on the resurgence of COVID-19 in Zambia and updated the House on the COVID-19 situation in the country and the response measures being implemented to address the rising number of infections.
The fourth and last ministerial statement was rendered by the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, and this was on the demolition of Munyaule and Chisokone markets in Lusaka and Kitwe respectively. The Minister highlighted the purpose of the demolitions and the measures that have been taken to ensure that the affected traders were accommodated.
The House considered question for oral answer number 266, Understanding Order 76.
The House also considered questions for oral answer number 267 to 269, Understanding Order 74, and also questions for oral answer number 270 was under consideration at the time the House concluded its business on, actually at the time the House was concluding its business at the end of business for the day, and it being 1840 hours, the Honorable Madam Speaker interrupted the proceedings and business stood adjourned. The House therefore adjourned accordingly at 1842 hours. And just now we turn and look at business that is expected to be considered on the floor of the House today, Tuesday, 6 March 2024.
Exactly today we expect the House to consider 14 questions for oral answer, Understanding Order 74. We do also have one question for written answer, Understanding Order 75, and we expect resumption of debate on two questions that were being considered yesterday and last week, Friday.
And it has just one of the questions expected on the floor of the House is coming from Kalabo Central Member of Parliament, Mr. Chingamyutu, and this question is directed to the Minister of Education on what the shortfall of student accommodation at the University of Zambia, UNZA, was at as at April 2023, and part B, whether government is taking any measures to mitigate the shortfall, and part C, when the problem of accommodation will be fully resolved. And just now we can see the Speaker's procession making its way into the House. So wish you a lovely afternoon.
Honorable members of Parliament, Madam Speaker.
And sing of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for our rights. We want freedom's fight for one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by God's own hand. Let us all our people join as one, brothers under the sun. Oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace in Zambia's sky, like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, oh one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Remain we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, oh one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Order. Honorable members, I have one announcement and one ruling to render this afternoon. The announcement is that, honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery of grade 7 pupils from Rodspark School in Lusaka district. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, I warmly welcome our visitors in our midst. I thank you. You may take your seats. Now, this is a ruling on a point of order raised on Thursday, 15th February 2024, by Mr. F.C. Chatila, Member of Parliament for Momba Constituency, against Mr. Kafwaya, Member of Parliament for Lunte Constituency, for habitually leaving the House a few minutes into a sitting and not returning for the rest of the day. Honorable members will recall that on Thursday, 15th February 2024, when the House, order, honorable members. Honorable members will recall that on Thursday, 15th February 2024, when the House was considering a ministerial statement by Honorable Sinzovu, MP, Minister of Green Economy and Environment, on the rainfall pattern and prolonged dry spells during the 2023-2024 rain season, and Mr. M. Jamba, Member of Parliament for Mwembeshi constituency, was on the floor. Mr. F. C. Chatila, Member of Parliament for Momba constituency, raised a point of order. The point of order was against Mr. M. Kafwaya, Member of Parliament for Lunte constituency. In his point of order, Mr. F. C. Chatila, MP, cited Standing Order 203 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2021, which governs the conduct of members. He stated that Mr. Kafwaya, MP, was in the habit of coming to the House to either raise a matter of urgent public importance or a point of order, and within 10 minutes of doing so, leave the House for the rest of the day. In that regard, he inquired whether Mr. M. Kafwaya, MP, was in order to attend sittings of the House for only 5 to 10 minutes each day, and then leave the House for the rest of the day, and yet obtain the sitting allowance for that particular day. Honorable members, the relevant part of Standing Order 203 provides as follows, and I quote, Conduct of Members, 2031. A member shall at all times conduct himself or herself in a manner that upholds the dignity, integrity, and decorum of the House. 3. In accordance with the Section 4, 5, and 6 of the Parliamentary and Ministerial Code of Conduct Act, a member shall, A, not acquire dishonestly or improperly any peculiar advantage, end of quote. In my immediate response, I reserved my ruling to enable me render a measured ruling. Honorable members, the point of order raises the issue of the impropriety of a member
of Parliament, leaving the House during a sitting and not returning for the rest of the day, and later collecting the sitting allowance for that sitting. Honorable members, the SWAO Speaker, Right Honorable Dr. Patrick Matibin, State Council MP, had occasion to rule on a similar matter. On Thursday, 19th November 2015, the SWAO Minister of Local Government Housing, Honorable Stephen Kampyongo, MP, raised a point of order against UPND members for merely registering their presence in the House and thereafter walking out. Honorable Member for Shuangandu, please. But the Honorable Member for Shuangandu, I'm on the floor. Can we listen to the ruling? Whether it's the minister or the backbencher, left or right, please can we pay attention? Raised a point of order against UPND members for merely registering their presence in the House and thereafter walking out of the House. National Assembly Parliamentary Debates of 18th September to 10th December 2015, pages 1867 to 1871. In that ruling, he said, among other things, at page 1870 as follows, and I quote, Honorable members, I will now address the ethical conduct or morality of honorable members of Parliament merely registering their presence in the House and walking out immediately thereafter, never to return to the House for the rest of the day for whatever reason or cause. Such conduct is not only dishonorable and dishonest, but is also unbefitting of the status and dignity of an honorable member. Worse still, this action is also tantamount to obtaining pecuniary advantage by false pretenses, contrary to Section 309A of the Penal Code Act, Chapter 87 of the Laws of Zambia. In essence, it amounts to a criminal offense for which a member may, on conviction, be liable to imprisonment for 5 years. End of quote. Honorable members, in studying this matter, I had recourse to the verbatim record of the proceedings of the material day and the members' attendance register for this period, for the period Tuesday, 13th February 2024 to Thursday, 15th February 2024. I also had recourse to the relevant video footage in order to ascertain what had transpired on the material day. According to the registers, on Tuesday, 13th February 2024, and Wednesday, 14th February 2024, Mr. M. Kafwaya MP was marked present only for the first half of the sitting, that is, 1430 hours to 1640 hours. On Thursday, 15th February 2024, the day the point of order was raised, Mr. M. Kafwaya MP was marked present for the whole day. A review of the video footage revealed that Mr. M. Kafwaya MP left the House at about 14:45 hours, shortly after I had rendered a ruling on the point of order he had raised. It is clear from the footage that he did not walk out in protest, but merely left the House for unknown reasons. He later returned and was logged into the Bosch chamber system for the second half of the sitting, and this position is supported by the attendance register for that day. Therefore, as regards the members' attendance on the material day, he was not out of order. Honorable members, let me take this opportunity to give some general guidance. I have noticed a growing trend among honorable members of Parliament on my left and on my right, as well as honorable ministers, absconding from sittings of the House. They are either present for the first half of the sitting or the second half. These members are known and can be named if need be. Maybe I should repeat. I have noticed a growing trend among honorable members of parliament on my left and on my right, as well as honorable ministers, absconding from sittings of the House. They are either present for the first half of the sitting or the second half. These members are known and can be named if need be. Honorable members, as has been previously stated, such conduct is not only dishonorable and dishonest, but is also tantamount to obtaining pecuniary advantage by false pretenses. Further, it deprives the constituents of representation in the House and should therefore be frowned upon. Members should desist from such behavior. In conclusion, I wish to state that forthwith, members will only be paid commensurate with the extent of attendance of sittings of the House. I wish to state that forthwith, members will only be paid commensurate with the extent of the attendance of the sitting in the House. I thank you. We get back to business. There is one indication for a matter of urgent public importance. What is the matter, Honorable Member for Lund?
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. I rise on a matter of urgent public importance on the Minister of Technology. Madam Speaker, as I do so, I've just observed my friend Honorable Chatra just walking in, the one who rose on a point of order. Yeah. Madam Speaker, Facebook is a very important tool for government, businesses, individuals, and families. A lot of people conduct business and earn a living off Facebook. Therefore, Madam Speaker, any tampering with Facebook or any of these online platforms leaves the Zambian people wondering as to whether it is ZICTA doing it, or it is the government in general, or indeed it is a problem arising from global operations. Madam Speaker, yesterday, Facebook for the entire country was shut down. People were unable to communicate. Friends were not able to reach each other. Businesses, government, including Parliament, was unable to disseminate proceedings. Madam Speaker, imagine the ruling you just rendered in the absence of Facebook would not reach many people. Many people would not know that Honorable Chatra rose on a malicious point of order. Madam Speaker.
Order, Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker.
Order. Honorable Member for Lunte, I have not given you this opportunity to cast aspersions on the Honorable Member who raised the point of order. The point of order was duly raised. A ruling has been rendered. I'm sure there is nobody who has been injured. So let's just stick to the business. That is on the order paper, Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker, is the Minister of Technology in order to not only keep silent but be absent from the House? Instead of coming to this House to acquaint you, us and the general public, what happened for Facebook to disappear and only reappear after the government, individuals, and businesses have lost money. I seek your further direction on this matter. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Honorable Member, you can put in a question. You can put in a question, especially that the Honorable Minister is not here. I would have called on him to say something, but he's not here. Even in any event, that matter does not even qualify as a matter of urgent public importance. So, Honorable Member, you can put in a question. Put in an urgent question. Then it can be answered as soon as possible so that we clear. I'm sure some people were deprived of social media. The next, the Honorable Member for Lundazi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving us a chance to raise a matter of urgent public importance. This is directed towards the Minister of Agriculture.
Proceed, Honorable Member. What's the matter?
Madam Speaker, the government has responded by giving the people of Lundazi the 4,904 bags of fertilizer which remained in 2022 farming season. However, Madam Speaker, what is obtaining in Lundazi at the moment is very sad. Cadres, CAC officers, they are refusing. I'm not stating which cadres because they are all my relatives. So what is obtaining, Madam Speaker, is that the people who are supposed to benefit from the remainder of the fertilizer that remained, which has been a topic all the time, are being denied the fertilizer. Instead, unscrupulous people have taken advantage of our people, and I'm receiving call after call complaining about the same. Is the Minister of Agriculture in order to sit quietly and not give proper guidance so that those people who are taking advantage of the poor people can be put where they're supposed to be put, in prison, not only just talked to, but condemned and arrested? Your Honor, Madam Speaker, the people of Lundazi seek your immediate intervention, because if they sell the fertilizer, we will again be crying about hunger in our constituency. I need your guidance, Madam Speaker.
Since you have made serious allegations and the Honorable Minister is here, I'm sure he should be given an opportunity to say something if he is able to do that. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank the Honorable Member for bringing up this very important issue. Madam Speaker, for the sake of our memory, this was fertilizer which unfortunately the previous government did not give to farmers who had paid for. Madam Speaker, for
Order, Honorable Member.
For clearance of doubt.
Order. Honorable Member, can you take your seat, please? Let's have some order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Actually, the Speaker clearly said that this is 2021-2022 fertilizer. And it is a known fact that I was tasked, heavily so, that the 17,500 metric tons of fertilizer, which Neria Investments did not supply, should be made available under very, very strenuous circumstances. Madam Speaker, I had to ask the Honorable Minister of Finance to allow that these are Zambians. The previous government could have been in error, but these are Zambian farmers, let us support them. And Madam Speaker, we bought this fertilizer, double payment, millions of kwacha. Millions of dollars. It is in excess of $20 million. We bought the fertilizer and have distributed the fertilizer, giving a list of who should receive the fertilizer. Madam Speaker, if there is a problem, I would be extremely sad, because a couple of members, especially the member next to the speaker and the speaker herself, not you, madam, the previous member, were on me to make sure that this fertilizer is given. Now we give the fertilizer, and now fingers are being pointed again that this fertilizer is not being given to the people. Honestly speaking, let us together, my dear sister, honorable member for Lundazi, get these people arrested, because it is wrong. We know who didn't get the fertilizer. We submitted the names to each constituency and each district that did not get the fertilizer. Lundazi, Kasenengwa, a few in Central, a few in Northern Province. So if there are people who are getting that fertilizer, together, let's get them arrested. I like the way she put it, madam, that these, I cannot talk of which cadre group, because they are all my relatives, she said. Her relatives, anyway. So let us get these relatives arrested. I would not defend anyone, madam. You know what our president says. If you are in error, you are in theft, you are on your own. I don't know about the other cadres, but those UPND cadres, they will be arrested. The president won't support them. So let us together handle this. I will talk to the PACO in the Eastern Province, I'll talk to the DACO in the Eastern Province, and together with you, my dear sister, let us get this fertilizer to the right people. The other option was for us not to release the fertilizer, and you kept on pushing me to say we want a fertilizer. Madam Speaker, on a lighter note, a special honorable Twasa is seated there. I thank you.
And Honorable Twasa has indicated, but from what I'm seeing here, Honorable Member for Lundazi, if those people are known, why can't they be reported? Because you can talk about fertilizer here and now, but it won't solve the problem. But if you know the people, have them arrested. I thought today we should be talking about, people are talking about hunger, maize. We're still talking about fertilizer. Let those people be arrested if they are known. Let's make progress. The Honorable Member for Chama South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my matter of public agency importance is directed to the Minister of Infrastructure. In his absence, I think our Honor, the Vice President, can help us handle the matter. Madam Speaker, you are aware that Chama, as a district, is cut off from the rest of the country. Luangwa Bridge was washed away. We had the unfortunate situation where Matalunzi Bridge was equally washed away. Our referral hospitals are either Chinsali or Chipata. Madam Speaker, the people of Chama have told me to ask our Honor the Vice President, because right now, Chama District Hospital has no X-ray. For your own information, any medical investigations, patients have to be sent to Chipata or Chinsali. With this washed away crossing point, more lives are likely to be lost, Madam Speaker. What immediate measures? I know RDA is there struggling. They've unblocked one side, but they've not closed the portion which was washed away for vehicles to, particularly emergency vehicles, to be moving. What immediate measures are being put in place, particularly to evacuate patients so as to prevent loss of lives? Because if that is not being done, we'll lose more lives. Madam Speaker, I seek your serious ruling.
Honorable Member, I would suggest you put in an urgent question so that the Honorable Minister, when he is available, or the Acting Minister, or indeed her Honor the Vice President, can give an adequate answer. I can't ask them to to respond now because maybe they don't have the full details of what has transpired. But like I always say, when we have all these emergencies, do we engage the ministers? Do we engage Her Honor, the Vice President's office? She's in charge of disaster management. Let's not wait until we come to the House and raise the matter. That might be too late for our people. Thank you. That concludes the matters of urgent public importance. I have permitted the Acting Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation to make a ministerial statement. The Acting Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to report to this august House that Zambia was among the 54 African Union AU member states that participated in the 37th ordinary session of the African Union Assembly held in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. The summit was held from 17th to 18th February 2024 under the AU theme of the year, I quote, educate an African...
Honorable members, those members who entertain other honorable members not walking in quietly and taking their seat, you are shaking hands. I'll name all of you at one time. We need to have order in the House. Yes, the rules have to be complied with. Why are we encouraging wrongdoing? May the Minister continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll repeat. The summit was held from 17th to 18th February 2024 under the theme for the year, and I quote, educate an African fit for the 21st century, building resilient education systems for increased access to inclusive, lifelong, quality, and relevant learning in Africa, end of quote. As per the practice, Madam Speaker, the summit was preceded by the 44th ordinary session of the Executive Council of the African Union, comprising ministers of foreign affairs of the AU member states, held from the 14th to the 15th of February 2024, and prior to that, the 47th ordinary session of the Permanent Representatives Committee, PRC, composed of permanent representatives accredited to the African Union, which was held from 15th to 26th January 2024. Madam Speaker, the Zambian delegation was led by Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia. The President was accompanied by myself, Honorable Chipoka Mlenga, Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry, Honorable Felix Mutati, Minister of Technology and Science, Honorable Cornelius Mwetwa, Minister of Information and Media, Honorable Sylvia Masebo, Minister of Health, and Honorable Douglas Yakalima, Minister of Education. Also present were Her Excellency Ms. Rose Kashembe Sakala, Zambia's Ambassador accredited to the Federal Republic of Ethiopia and Permanent Representative of the African Union, and other senior government officials. Madam Speaker, His Excellency the President, as Chair of the SADC organ on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation, officiated at a landmark event on the sidelines of the AU Summit, which witnessed the unveiling ceremony of the statue of the late Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, former President of the United Republic of Tanzania. The statue is situated in the grounds of the African Union compound in honor of the late President's hosting of the African Union Political Affairs, Peace and Security Department. The statue also signifies a special tribute to his legacy as one of the founding fathers of the then Organization for African Unity, which is now known as the AU. The late Nyerere's statue becomes the third to be erected in the AU compound after that of former President of Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah, and the former Emperor of Ethiopia, Haile Selassie. Madam Speaker, the major highlight of the summit was the launch of the AU theme of the year 2024, which is premised on the recognition of the important role education plays in the attainment of sustainable continental growth. I wish to report, therefore, that I, on behalf of the President, supported the theme of the year 2024 and highlighted national initiatives to promote inclusive access to education. Further, I informed the Assembly that Zambia will be hosting the World Skills Africa competition in 2025. The competition will showcase and promote vocational education and training, as well as profile the importance of skilled professionals in various industries as key enablers for economic development. Madam Speaker, other key events of the 37th Ordinary Session of the AU Summit include the adoption of the reports on various topical issues on the AU agenda, including the evaluation of the performance of the first 10-year plan for the implementation of the AU Agenda 2063, as well as the launch of the second 10-year plan for implementation of the second 10-year plan on the Agenda 2063 by His Excellency Alassane Ouattara, President of the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire, and the report on peace and security, which considered the state of peace and security in Africa and encouraged all member states and partners to continue supporting the decisions of the African Union Peace and Security Council, PSC. The report also urged member states to participate in the commemoration of the PSC in May 2024 to reflect on the state of peace and security on the continent. Madam Speaker, on the Comprehensive African Agriculture Development Programme, CAADP, report, member states were urged to intensify efforts to address the challenge of food security and nutrition through post-harvest management and other nutrition-sensitive interventions, including biofortification. The House may note that concern was raised to the effect that there was no AU member state on target to achieve the 2014 Malabo aspirations. In this regard, the Assembly adopted a decision to hold a special summit in November 2024, which would consider the post-Malabo CAADP implementation plan, and requested the Commission to organize the special summit working in collaboration with the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, Regional Economic Communities, REX, and with the support of development partners. The special summit would consider a 10-year post-Malabo CAADP implementation plan. Madam Speaker, during discussions on the report on modalities of participation and priorities of the AU in the Group of 20, also known as the G20, the Assembly noted the benefits that Africa stands to gain from participation as permanent member in the G20, particularly providing an opportunity for Africa to pronounce itself on issues of concern. The Assembly adopted the decision for the chairperson of the African Union, assisted by the chairperson of the African Union Commission, to represent the African Union in the G20. The Assembly also welcomed the pledges of the African Development Bank and the African Export-Import Bank to provide initial financing for the participation of the African Union in the G20. The Assembly further directed the Executive Council during its July session to dedicate an additional day to discuss matters relating to Africa's participation in the G20. Madam Speaker, during discussions on the report of the Committee of 10 C10 heads of state and government on the reform of the United Nations Security Council, the Assembly took note of the renewed momentum and the continued support for the Common Africa Position, CAP, espoused in the El Zulwini Consensus and the CETA Declaration on the reform of the United Nations Security Council, and the call for Africa to be treated as a priority and special case in the reform process. The CAP calls for at least 2 permanent seats with all the rights and prerogatives of current members, including the right of veto if retained, and 5 non-permanent seats for Africa in the United Nations Security Council. Member states were therefore urged to include the issue of the United Nations Security Council reform among their foreign policy priorities in their engagements with non-African parties, in particular the need to correct without further delay the historical injustice that the African continent continues to endure. Zambia, during the C10 side meetings, offered to host the C10 ministerial meeting in 2025. Madam Speaker, worth noting also was the report of the Africa CDC Committee of Heads of State and Government, which highlighted with concern that Africa faces more than 2 outbreaks weekly, as exemplified by current outbreaks of cholera, the dengue, measles, and monkeypox, with potential of negatively affecting economic growth if not appropriately managed. The Assembly, in this regard, endorsed the appointment of our President, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, as the global and regional champion for cholera by the World Health Organization and by the SADC heads of state and government, respectively. The Assembly, in this regard, also appointed President Hichilema to serve as the African Union champion for cholera so as to ensure alignment of efforts at the continental, regional, and global levels. The Africa CDC was also directed to organize an extraordinary summit focused on maternal mortality, primary health care, and community health workers. Madam Speaker, during the discussions of the report on the situation of the Pan-African Parliament, the Assembly noted with concern the operational challenges facing the Parliament. It was observed that the leadership vacuum worsened the situation following the stepping down of the then President to attend to local elections. The Assembly urged the convening of a plenary session to fill the vacancies. Madam Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to also inform the House that during the session on elections to different African Union organs and candidatures in the international system, the Assembly endorsed, amongst others, the candidature of our Mr. Mubita Nawa, a Zambian national, for election as Interpol Secretary General at the Interpol General Assembly scheduled to be held in November 2024. The Assembly also elected the republics of Botswana, Angola, Tanzania, Uganda, Equatorial Guinea, DRC, Egypt, Cote d'Ivoire, the Gambia, and Sierra Leone as the 10 members of the AU Peace and Security Council. The Southern region uses a criteria of rotation to ensure equitable representation on the PSC. The Assembly also endorsed the appointment of Ambassador Inonge Mbikusitalewanika, another Zambian, as the chairperson of the Pan-African Peer Review Panel of Eminent Persons for a 1-year period. Madam Speaker, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zambia also participated in the Heads of State and Government's dialogue on establishing an African Union financial institutions in the context of Africa's agenda for global financial architecture reform. During the dialogue, His Excellency the President called for Africa to assert its financial independence through the establishment of the African Central Bank. The meeting also called for reforms on the global financial institutions, including the need to lower the cost of capital for African countries. In addition to attending the summit and other high-level events on the margins of the summit, the President also held several engagements with key dignitaries, including, amongst others, His Excellency Mr. Felix Tshisekedi Chilombo, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, His Excellency Mr. Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda, the Right Honorable Sam Matekane, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho, Mrs. Victoria Kwakwa, World Bank Regional Vice President for Eastern and Southern Africa, and Ms. Catherine Molly Fee, United States Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs. In addition to the above, I wish to report that I also had held bilateral engagements with my counterparts from Somalia, the Director General of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the State of Israel, and the Special Representative on African Affairs of the People's Republic of China, among others. During these meetings, various issues of key interest to Zambia in the areas of agriculture, support towards Zambia's debt restructuring process, infrastructural development, candidature support, and peace and security were discussed. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Minister of Health, Ms. Sylvia Masebo, MP, further held bilateral meetings with Ms. Winnie Byanyima, Executive Director of the UNAIDS, Dr. Natalia Kanem, UNFPA Under Secretary General and Executive Director of the United Nations Population Fund. In addition, the Honorable Minister of Health participated in a second high-level ministerial forum of the Africa CDC, which accorded an opportunity for interactive dialogue on matters relating to health on the continent as a whole. Further, the other honorable ministers who were present at the AU summit held various bilateral meetings in various sectors of interest to the Republic. Madam Speaker, the 37th African Union Ordinary Summits of Heads of State and Government concluded with a strong commitment to address the continent's challenges, prioritize key areas, and solidify international diplomacy. In closing, Madam Speaker, I wish to state that the AU continues to be a vital platform for African nations to come together, share experiences, and work collectively towards a prosperous and peaceful Africa. As we reflect on the outcomes of the 37th Ordinary Session of the AU Summit, let us remain steadfast in our pursuit of ways that our nation can continue to reap the benefits of being a member of this continental organization. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarification on the ministerial statement given by the Honorable Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, the Honorable Member for Feira.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just also want to thank the Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs for a clear statement on the just ended 37th Summit of African Head of States of the AU. Madam Speaker, it has always been my hope that Zambia continues to play a very critical role in continental and sub-region affairs. I'm glad to hear that Nyerere's statue is among the three, including Kwame Nkrumah's Sarasi. Now, my question is around the philosophy of these three people. These are people that believed in Africa using resources and not being manipulated by the neo-colonial nations in order to advance its growth. Now, the theme was the importance of education in growth. And in relation to the question that I asked on reforms in the education sector, curriculum, as regards copper, gold, and other minerals of Zambia to develop Zambia, my question is Africa ready as a continent and as a group ready to ensure that it uses its natural resources against, being, shortchanged, so to speak, whereof we see a lot of raw materials go out of Africa, whilst, we even fail to tax them. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honorable Member for Feira for that question with the background information that was given. Indeed, Madam Speaker, it is quite clear from the deliberations of the 37th session of the African Union Summit that the plight of the continent is at the foremost of the minds of the African leaders that were present and deliberated on various matters. Amongst them, the positioning of Africa in the global sphere. The honourable member would have noted, for example, that amongst the matters under consideration was our membership to the G20 summit. The honourable member will also note that amongst the matters under consideration and under discussion at the summit was the reforming of the United Nations Security Council so that the voice of Africa could be heard louder. These all speak towards a reformed approach towards Pan-Africanism, so that we as a continent can take our place amongst the so-called developed nations. I believe all the aspects that the honourable member has spoken about around, for example, our resource endowment and how best it can be used, will be addressed by the continent taking a more proactive role in participation in regional forums such as G20. So, Madam Speaker, I can say most certainly that the AU was cognizant and alive to what the new Africa ought to be. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Mufulira.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and Honourable Minister, for that statement. Honourable Minister, the issue of reforming the United Nations Security Council has been discussed by the African Union and also its predecessor, the AU, since their creation in 1963. And the fight for equal treatment of African states at the Security Council has been the topic, including when heads of state from Africa go to speak at the United Nations General Assembly. But nothing changes. What is this government going to do differently to ensure that this push for reforms at the United Nations, especially the Security Council, is actualized rather than a mere talk as it happens at the AU summit and also at the United Nations General Assembly? How different is the foreign policy for our country going to ensure that we actualize this call that has been there for years in memoriam? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Acting Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Security Cooperation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Member for Mufulira, for that question. Again, around the issue of fair treatment on the global scene, in particular around the Security Council. The Honourable Member would have noted that in my summarized report, a common position was taken by the African Union, led by the committee of 10 heads of state that are tasked with the responsibility of attending to the issue of reform of the UN. And the fact of the matter is that we cannot run away from the global approach that is being taken now. The fact is that Africa is a significant player on the globe. That cannot be run away from. Of course, our policy is aligned in this regard. Our foreign policy as a country is aligned to the position taken by the continent. And we have seen from the report some progressive steps being taken through the representation of the Committee of 10 Heads of State. Much as these matters have taken quite some time to address, every journey has a beginning and every journey has an end. And I can almost certainly say from the deliberations at the current summit, the 37th summit, we are reaching a very clear end to this long journey, which will be beneficial to us as a continent. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Masaiti.
Thank you, Honourable Madam Speaker. Honourable Minister, investing in human capital is the way to go for our youth to have skills development. What's the age limit for this world skills competition that Zambia is going to host? Or what's the eligibility for our youths to be involved or to be engaged in this skills competition that the country will host? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I must confess that that particular aspect did not arise during the deliberations of the Executive Council. and or that of the summit, because that is a little bit too much detail for consideration at that high level. However, Madam Speaker, that notwithstanding, I will commit to get that information and pass it to the Honourable Member when I have it. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Chilubi.
Much appreciated, Madam Speaker. I would like to seek clarification from the Minister. Whether the African Union has developed a mechanism to deal with the issues of peace and security, especially that peace and security are matters, one of the matters that are attached to peace and security are free and fair elections. Have developed a mechanism set to monitor the environment before elections, because what we have seen is that many times the African Union only goes to monitor elections, not before. In what I mean by the mechanism, this mechanism should look at the electoral bodies in these African countries of how they are conducting themselves before elections, as opposed to just a time when elections are being held. Have they developed such a mechanism to monitor an environment before elections?
The Honourable Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm aware that, as mentioned, the 10-member Peace and Security Council takes an overarching look at all the matters relating to peace and security on the continent. With specific reference to the pre-election environment, I do not believe that there was any specific mechanism that was addressed during the summit. As regards the reports that were submitted, I do not recall any of those particular reports addressing matters of pre-election environment in any of the countries. And so I cannot state here on the basis of what transpired at the summit that any mechanism was put in place. However, that notwithstanding, I would like to emphasize the overarching role of the Peace and Security Council, which has got representation from each and every region of the continent. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Shiwangandu.
Appreciated, Madam Speaker. Honourable Minister, what normally determines the composition of the delegation to accompany the head of state to either the AU summit or an extraordinary summit is the theme of the summit or the agenda items of an extraordinary summit. You did mention the number of ministers that accompanied the president. And so, justifiably, the Minister of Education was to be a part of the delegation because of the role, the theme of the summit, which was about education and the role that education plays in the member states. You also further informed this August House that the Honourable Minister of Health had bilateral engagements on matters related to the sector that she heads. Would you kindly share with this August House the justification of the other ministers and what other semantic areas were part of the agenda for this important summit? Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me begin by stating for the benefit of the nation that this delegation was a very lean one compared to delegations that have traveled for the African Union in the past. I won't refer to any particular period, but it was a very, very lean, very efficient, and perhaps I can say a very mean delegation. Madam Speaker, amongst the members of the delegation that I listed, and those that have been referred to by the Honorable Member for Shiwangandu included the Honorable Minister for Technology and Science. I think the Honorable Member will agree that vocational education training, particularly in Zambia, is inexplicably tied to the Ministry of Technology and Science. As the Honorable Member would know and recall, the many of our vocational training institutions, skills training institutions, Evelyn Horn, etc., sit under the care of the Honorable Minister of Technology and Science. So that one is quite clearly a no-brainer, given the theme of the AU Summit. The Honorable Member has mentioned that it was, of course, imperative that the Minister of Education be part of that delegation for obvious reasons, given the theme. The Honourable Member has also referred to the obvious requirement for the Minister of Health to be there. We were discussing matters of the Africa CDC and various other matters which you have acknowledged. The only other member that remains, therefore, is the Honourable Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry, and the Honourable Member for Shiwangandu, who recall that in my submissions I did mention the important role of Africa being part of the G20. That relates in more respects than one to the issues of trade, issues of commerce, and matters which sit squarely in the care of Honourable Chipoka Mlenga. So as I said earlier, this delegation was carefully selected. And of course, the acting Minister of Foreign Affairs had to be present as well. This delegation, therefore, Honourable Member for Shiwangandu and Madam Speaker, was very carefully selected in order to be relevant and appropriate to the proceedings at the summit. And travel arrangements were equally very efficient, with arrival at the appropriate time and return immediately back to Zambia with no room for extracurricular activity. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Since there is only one member that has indicated, we will give him an opportunity. The Honourable Member for Chipili.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honourable Minister, we are uniting Africa to work together, and you have mentioned that we could come up with the African Bank, but there are some small issues that are not tackled, like visas. If you are going anywhere within Africa, you have to apply visas. I want your comment on that. Thank you.
The Honourable Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for Chipili for that very important question. I am aware that there is a drive towards addressing the barriers that hinder interaction within the African continent by various member states and their citizens. So certainly this is a matter which is actively being looked at. More importantly, at a regional level, I think it's worth noting, and perhaps the Honourable Member might be interested to know, that, for instance, ourselves as SADC are looking at ways and means of reducing the impediments to our citizens moving freely within the region. I know that various regional blocs on the African continent are doing the same. So whilst it may appear to be a slow process, it is one which is effectively underway. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74. The Honourable Member for Isoka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 271.
The Honourable Minister of Community Development and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Nakapunda asks the Minister of Community Development and Social Services for responses to the following questions. 1, or A, whether government is aware that some mobile money agents in a Isoka district
have been charging beneficiaries of social cash transfer program 50 kwacha when withdrawing their monies? B, what measures are being taken to curb the illegal vice? And C, what measures are being taken to assist beneficiaries in the district who are unable to access their money through the digital payment system due to conflicting details between their national registration card numbers and their registered mobile phone numbers? With regard to whether government is aware that some mobile money agents in a Soka district have been charging beneficiaries of the social cash transfer program 50 kwacha each when withdrawing their monies, I wish to state that government is not aware that some money mobile agents in a Soka district have been charging beneficiaries of the social cash transfer 50 kwacha when withdrawing their monies. However, the ministry is aware that beneficiaries were charged 10 kwacha for those who received 400 kwacha and 20 kwacha for those that received 800 kwacha. This was due to a technical issue from one of the service providers who delivered payments using the voucher system. This was not satisfactory, as it would expire before beneficiaries could access their fund. This compelled the service provider to change the delivery mode to an e-wallet, which was not zero-rated during the time of payment. The ministry has since engaged the service provider to refund the affected beneficiaries. In terms of the measures being taken to curb the illegal vice, I wish to bring to the attention of this House that the ministry undertakes sensitization of beneficiaries on digital payments in collaboration with the service providers for 2 weeks before payments are due. This is in order to ensure that beneficiaries understand the digital products within their reach, the associated costs, and how the products work. Should a situation occur where a beneficiary is wrongly charged, service providers are required to refund the affected beneficiary without fail. Lastly, the measures being taken to assist beneficiaries in the district who are unable to access their money through the digital payment system due to conflicting details between their national registration card details and their registered mobile phone number. Allow me to inform this House that the ministry is working closely with service providers, especially the mobile network providers, to validate the mobile numbers registered against a given national registration card. If the national registration card and the mobile numbers do not match, then a beneficiary cannot get paid digitally because there are no means of verifying the intended beneficiary. As a result, such beneficiaries are paid through the rural mode of payment, where a pay point manager captures the face of the recipient as proof and is backed by a signature of the CWAC member to confirm that the intended beneficiary received the social cash transfer payment. Further, beneficiaries are free to choose a service provider, such as a bank, which may not require phone number to be matched against the NRC number, the beneficiary will instead only need to ensure that a bank account number is correctly captured against the NRC. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions? Honorable Member for Isoka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the answers and the assurances. However, Honorable Minister, are you aware that this vice is not only affecting Isoka constituents, but other constituencies too? Like, for instance, when we had the local tour, we found the same complaint among the beneficiaries of the social cash transfer. Honorable Minister, in line with the aforementioned, does government have other alternatives in which people must receive money without suffering from these kinds of the fates? I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Community Development and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honorable, for that follow-up question. Madam Speaker, yes, as a ministry, we are aware that there are complaints arising from the digital payments. Even here in Lusaka, some beneficiaries were experiencing challenges when it came to obtaining their money through the mobile numbers. And to just give a brief history on who we pay on using the mobile providers, a questionnaire is distributed to all beneficiaries where they inform the ministry the mode of payment they would love to use when receiving their social cash transfer. And most of them, Madam Speaker, opted to be paid through the phone. They accuse the pay point managers of taking their money, and that when the money comes through the phone, it comes very quickly. So because of that feedback, we gave them the service that they opted for. Now, issues are now coming up, and I think that these are teething issues. The ministry has decided to go digital. We started with 17 districts. We experienced challenges. We worked on them. Now we have escalated to 113 districts, and we'll move until we finish all the 116 districts. I want to make a plea to honorable members in this House that this is a digital world. We better get used to it. When we pay by digital, if, for example, money is released at 14 hours, within 30 minutes, 1,300,000 beneficiaries get the money without any costs associated with the payment point managers transporting the money, with the payment point managers asking for overtime. So you ask for a quick service, prompt service, clear accountability. Which service would you go for? Yes, in rural areas there are those challenges. That is why there's an option where we notice that maybe older persons are having challenges accessing their money through the phone. They're given an option to be paid cash through the pay point manager, and we will not run away from that service to service everyone without leaving anyone behind. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lukasha.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to ask on behalf of the people of Lukasha as well. this question. Honourable Minister, this is quite a sizable amount to deduct by the mobile service providers. And in my assessment, it borders on actually crime because they are stealing from beneficiaries. Has the ministry attempted to engage the CWACs for them to interact with the service providers to remind them of the criminality of what they are doing and sensitize the beneficiaries as well? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Community Development and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Chisanga, for that question. Madam Speaker, I did say in my statement that the said mobile service providers were engaged and they refunded the money to the affected beneficiaries. Now, I want to clarify here that when ministry officials went on the ground in Isoka to verify which beneficiaries suffered this inconvenience, there were quite a number of beneficiaries who told the ministry that only 10 kwacha was deducted. And they did reveal which mobile service provider was that deducted the money. And immediately they were refunded. I submit and I thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Isoka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honourable Minister, I would like you to let my people in Isoka, especially the elder ones, to be getting their cash instead of getting money through their mobile phones, because some were telling me that they don't even know their code numbers. So I would like them to get cash instead of getting money through their mobile phones. I submit, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Community Development and Social Services, it was a comment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that follow-up question. It is unfortunate that the agreement to be on social cash transfer is between the ministry and the beneficiary. So as a member of parliament, we cannot decide on behalf of a beneficiary what mode of payment they should be put on. However, like I said, Madam Speaker, there is still the rural mode of payments where we discover that the elderly, older persons do not know how to use the phone. They are given the option, even when they get to the pay point centers, they are given the option to either to be assisted with a phone or to revert back and be paid cash. So those services are still being provided. As I stand here this afternoon, we are paying in part of Muchinga province and also Northern province using both modes of payments. I submit.
Thank you very much, Honourable Members. Let's make progress. We can go to the next question. The Honourable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 252.
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The MP for Kalabo Central, Mr. Miyut, is asking the Minister of Education, A, what the shortfall of student accommodation at the University of Zambia was as of April 2023. B, what measures the government is taking to mitigate the shortfall, and C, when the problem of accommodation at UNZA will fully be resolved. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that A, the shortfall of student accommodation at the University of Zambia as of April 2023 stood at 29,512, representing 88% of the student population of 33,666. B, the government is taking the following measures to mitigate the shortfall of student accommodation at the university. 1, in the 2024 budget, the government has allocated 256 million towards university infrastructure development in all the public universities, including completing stored projects such as student hostels at Unza. 2, the government is encouraging the private sector to partner with the Ministry of Education to build student hostels in all public universities through the public-private partnership model. And then C, the government is committed to resolving the student accommodation problem, not only at Unza, but also in other public universities, as soon as we can, subject to the availability of funds. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government isn't the government thinking of liaising with the landlords, especially around the area of Kalingalinga, where some of the students are renting. Isn't the government thinking of maybe buying those houses so that they become government-owned, especially for those students who seem to have the challenge of acquiring accommodation? Because there are some who are squatting. They have failed to acquire a residence, so they are squatting with some colleagues. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister for Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think I was talking about the unfinished stored hostels, which have been stored for a long time, and that's a historical problem. Thinking about buying from the landlords when you haven't yet finished completing the stored ones, that would be a different issue again. So let's finish the the stored buildings, and thereafter try to engage the model of PPP. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kamfinso.
Honorable Minister of Education, you've reported to this August House that a total of 256 million kwacha has been allocated towards completion of infrastructure in various public universities. The subject matter is obviously the University of Zambia, where I am aware that there are pieces of infrastructure that are not complete. Now, Minister, are you able to report to this August House and probably to the university community what component of the 256 will go towards completing the hostels at the University of Zambia, and whether that component would be enough to actually complete the infrastructure? Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Education.
As of now, I can't indicate because I don't have that now. So I only have a block figure. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Madam Speaker, the previous government, we have seen the construction of houses from prefabricated materials. We have even seen those 650 planned health posts. Some of them, those which are complete, is out of prefabricated material. Now, maybe considering the cost of the permanent structures to those, wouldn't the government opt in the short term to go the direction of prefabricated. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Education.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Without really giving an answer that will satisfy my colleague, maybe we can try that, but we have to see the engineers what they can advise us. So I wouldn't really say yes or no, because I think it's part of the engineers who can advise us whether to go that route or not. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kabwata.
I'm grateful, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, I just wanted to find out, of course, you've indicated in your statement that you'd love to see some companies or private partnership development for either the university and also the other companies to come and build more what you call hostels. I have a concern with the issue of enrolling of students. I think that is what is also causing the numbers to keep on going up, from 8,000 now going to 29,000. Don't you think that the management of the University of Zambia needed to come up with a system that will be able to help on the issue of enrolling students?
The Honorable Minister of Education. The consultations, I think they are becoming too loud. The consultations are becoming too loud, Honorable Ministers. May the Honorable Minister continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The issue of over-enrollment, I mean, we're dealing with the students who are already there. So we got to deal with an issue which we already have. So, and also, as you can ever imagine, I may not call it like over-enrolling, because we are turning a lot of students away, from the secondary schools. So yes, space is quite difficult, but we need somehow to get those who are able to be accepted. Obviously, there's also a need to expand. That university hasn't expanded from the time that it was built. The 3,000 spaces still remained 3,000 spaces without expansion. Those buildings, if they finish, if I can recall, there will be an extra, I think, more than 3,000 bed spaces will be created. So if we were planning ahead of ourselves that every other 10 years we are putting 3,000 bed spaces, I think from the time that the university opened in 1966, we couldn't have had this problem. So it was just a matter of planning, and then when you want to start building, you store them again for over 10 years. So it becomes difficult to recover. We're talking about more than 29,000 children without bed spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kantanshi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I must say that this is a very timely question, because I had a parent who had just gotten in touch with me, who was struggling on the issue of accommodation. But eventually, I ended up talking to this student from the medical school at Ridgeway. Honourable Minister, just help me understand, and probably the parents out there, how this is working. So a child will be on 100% bursary, and he comes to the university. He doesn't have bed space, so he has to pay, or she has to pay for her own accommodation. And then government, because of that 100% bursary, only pays all the money to the university for those bed spaces available. Would it be correct to say that parents should be paying for the accommodation of these students, or would it also be right to say that in that 100% bursary, the component of accommodation, if they cannot be accommodated by university, they are supposed to be paid that money. Because according to the student, they are only paid their upkeep allowance of something like 600 kwacha. So I really got puzzled by that information. Please just clarify it so that we are all able to understand what is going on. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, MP for Kantanji. Yes, we only changed this year. So that 100%, they will now, even if they are not accommodated at the University of Zambia, they will be getting that. It's just changed this year. Yeah. All along, it was happening the way we have put it. But the health bill now revised to say that if you are not accommodated at the University of Zambia or anywhere in a public university, you'll be getting, if you're 100%, you'll be getting inclusive of accommodation. It doesn't matter whether you have got a bed space there. It was erroneous anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Pemba.
Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member for Katanshi spoke my mind. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mufria will be the last one.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, in view of the response you gave to the question from the Honorable Member for Kamfinsa, quite right, you are not able to give us the breakdown of that amount and how much of that will go towards the completion of the incomplete hostels at the University of Zambia Great East Road campus. My question then is, quite all right, this government found those structures incomplete. What is the position of the government as far as completing the structures that have been standing at the University of Zambia Great East Road campus incomplete for a long time? Are there plans to complete them, and when, according to your ministry's plans? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Education.
I mean, the member from Mufreda wasn't listening. I said there is an allocation from the budget to complete the stored structures. So certainly, if we deduce that statement, it means that our plans are to complete those structures, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. The next question, the Honorable Member for Kasama Central.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. May I also take this opportunity to wish you, to wish all the female members of Parliament, to also wish the female support staff and all the women of Zambia a happy Women's Month. And may I also take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to thank you for hosting us for a positive and impactful women's breakfast. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the people of Kasama Central, question number 273.
The Honorable Minister of Health. The men will be invited next time when you have your